VIP.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy
People Pogwao.
birthday. Happy birthday to you. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
A year is insane. Thank you for such a great community, and here's to more months. I can't find the exit to this prison.
Happy birthday to you. Birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
Crime night, and I'm on month 28 of my sentence. Does this prison allow conjugal visits?
Hey, how's it going? Hi. Hold on, I need to turn my noise gate up a little bit. It's a little strong. Hey. How's it going? How's everybody doing? It's been a couple days. Took a couple days off. Needed. No regrets. You know, I haven't coughed like all day, and the second I started stream, I started coughing. What's up with that? What's up with that? Hey. How are you guys? Scale of 1 to 5, 1 to 10. I don't care, one or the other. Hi. My lungs want to inconvenience. I mean, yeah. I mean, yes, of course. Well, of course. Oh my gosh, it's the resub-pocalypse. Jesus Murphy, thank you for the resub. KLC, thank you for the resub. How, thank you for the resub. Beans, thank you for the resub.
Prime
Bionic
time,
Chaos,
let's
thank you
go
for the
send it
resub. Charles, thank you. Zero, thank you. Ostrich, thank you. Says, thank you.
Cry night, let's go.
Cyril with the 10 gifted. Oki's activated. She's awake. She's here. Job, thank you for the resub. Take 2 days off and they all the resubs back on up. They back up. Here, Oki. Yum. Oh no, it fell in. Oh no, that one fell too. They're rolling all over the place. There's one. Oki has had so much watermelon in the last 24 hours. Turns out she loves watermelon. Thank you, Cyril. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You took to those hair clips quickly? Well, yes. I don't like them though. They're a little big. I think I'm gonna buy some other ones. And I tried the star ones and they're too small. Like, I can only put like 3 hairs in them or they don't close. Dogs can have watermelon? Yes. You just have to be careful if they eat the rind, if they're the kind of dogs that inhale things, because, you know, choking hazards, but she doesn't
Welcome
eat the
back,
rind. She
lazy
just chews the red
Ajax.
part off. She loves it. She loves it, which is weird because she doesn't usually like fruits. She usually doesn't usually like fruits, so it was kind of unexpected that she liked that. Influencer now? Hey, get after it. Get some hair clips. Brandon, thank you. And Belle, thank you for the prime. Brandon, congrats, or my condolences. Yeah, it's a statement clip. Statement clip. I tried. I was gonna laminate my eyebrows today. I didn't get around to it. Got around to some things, but not as much as I'd want to. I was today years old when I learned California has a law that says it's illegal for women to drive in bathrobes or house coats. No. Call me an outlaw then. I actually haven't done it, but I've been wanting to because I do like a good bathrobe, and I do like to drive and get coffee in the morning. House coat. Yeah, what's considered a house coat? Like, if I wear my bathrobe as a fashion statement, then is it just a normal coat, you know? You go to UPS to laminate your eyebrows? Yes. Of course. I go to Staples. Of course. I also go to Staples for my OBGYN. So it's kind of a twofer. Staples is a very important part of our society. Yeah, I don't know. What about you guys? Anyways, what did you guys do today? How are things? I had the worst. I'm sorry I didn't stream yesterday. I had the worst, one of like maybe top 5 headaches I've ever had. So that was sick. Pretty happy about that. The day before I took off because I just didn't want to stream. I was like, not a big deal. I've been streaming a bunch. I'll take today off, then I'll stream tomorrow. And then I shouldn't have done that because then tomorrow was the bad one. So I played Clair Obscur all day. You know, I've heard that game is amazing. I've never heard anybody say why it's amazing. And I feel like I'm in this weird existence where I don't know anything about the game. Like, nobody has said XYZ is amazing. Everybody's just like, oh, it's incredible. But I don't know, I don't even know anything about it. What's my favorite sandwich? The knuckle kind. Kind of greater than the sum of its parts. Oh. So it's turn-based. It kind of reminds me of like Final Fantasy. Is that on par or not at all? It just does everything a turn-based RPG needs to do extremely well. Oh, okay. I see. Great story, incredible fun turn-based battle system, really good performances, unique world. Oh, it's very pretty. I was watching Moist Critical do a boss battle, and the design of the enemies was really cool. +2 for that knuckle sandwich, thanks. The story is, and it was really cool because the overworld part where he was traveling, you're like inside of this giant creature. I don't know. I didn't really quite understand what was going on, but it looked cool, but I don't know. Maybe I'll play it. Do you guys want to see a trailer for a game that I thought was a PlayStation exclusive? However, turns out it's not, and we'll be playing it in a couple days. My phone just made the weirdest noise. Do you ever like have an app give you a notification and you're like, I didn't actually know what your notification sounded like, and I hated that. What's that white decoration on your mic? It is exactly that, a decoration. Okay, watch the trailer for this if you guys haven't.
After the end of the world, the burnt one woke from a deep slumber.
Fire? I'd almost forgotten how it felt. You're the caretaker of this little firecracker? I reckon you must be headed for Moon Mountain. Am I right?
Close your eyes to make things clear.
That looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I'm pretty excited. Comes out in like a week or something, a little bit less than a week. I thought that it was a PlayStation exclusive game for some reason. It always happens that I'll watch game announcements for like, like PlayStation Direct or whatever the fuck it's called. And then I think it's specific to that console. But yeah, it looks really cool. The stop motion's cool. It reminds me of that movie 9 with Elijah Wood. You guys know which one I'm talking about? It reminded me of that. And yeah, we're doing Crime Night tonight, and then maybe some weird games after. We'll see. We'll see. I loved that movie as a kid. It's a little bit of like an underrated movie that everybody remembers. I remember watching it. I remember being like, whoa, that was really cool. And then never watching it ever again. Little guy from Mucinex. Yeah. The stop motion's really cool though. You like the shirt? Thank you. I haven't worn it for a while. I have not been looking very good for a while, so I've tried a little bit today. Big day for me. Really breaking barriers here. Brushed my hair. Took a shower. I don't know. Stop it. Stop it. I do too much. Tell me what you guys did today. Did you ever get that super fancy comb? I got the hairbrush. I do like it. It actually works better on dry hair than wet hair, though. Look like I'm about to go play tennis. I got my khakis on, though. Playing video games all day. Nice. Very cool. Got a COVID vaccine. Very cool. Helped someone close at work. Nice. Watered the plants. Nice. Watched the new Marvel movie. This is not a Marvel movie. But I really want to go see Sinners. Didn't really think much of it, and I've just heard people talk about how good it is frequently, and I kind of want to go see it. I watched a clip of it a little bit ago, and I was like, ooh. Yeah, I've heard it's really good. And I like vampire stuff. You know, I like vampire stuff. Took a shower, did laundry. I need to do laundry so bad. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm gonna be a very real person in this moment. My closet, I can't walk into it because there is a pile of clothes, both dirty and clean, it is a clot in my closet. And it never usually gets that bad. Usually there's like some clothes in there. Usually what it is my suitcase is in there and the clothes is like coming out of my suitcase because I like get home and I like put my suitcase in my closet. But yeah, it's maybe worse than it's ever been since I've lived in this house. That's why closets have doors though. Yeah, well the problem is that the door swings into the closet, so I can't close the door because the clothes are piled in front of it, you know? It doesn't swing out. Yeah. The floor-drobe. Yeah, we got big floor-drobe energy. Took all 3 of my dogs to the vet. It was chaos. Oki went and got her stitches out yesterday. Not all of them. There was 2 that she had to be left in because there's a little part of it that hasn't fully healed well enough, but she got most of her stitches out. She's so off me about going to the vet. Like, we've been rocking up to the vet like once a week. And every time we pull up in the parking lot, she looks at me and she's like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like you've gotta be kidding me. Like she thinks I'm bamboozling her at this point. It's ridiculous. And we go in and she's just like, I'm done, man. I'm done. But yeah, no laundry has been done. She likes, again, no, she doesn't like it. She hates it. She hates it. Yeah, she doesn't know what's going on. She thinks I'm the worst mom ever. She's like, you keep taking me in here and they keep poking me. And you know what sucks is sometimes we'll go in and I'll be like, it's okay, they're not going to poke you today. And then they end up having to poke her. And I'm like, I'm a liar too. Yeah, Han, I kind of figured, but it's funny that you didn't know and then you just fucked off. Yeah. If I have time, I try to do the dog park after vet visits. Yeah, I've been wanting to do that also, but I didn't want to do it with Oki's stitches because I was afraid that like a dog would like try to play with her and like hurt her. So I couldn't even do that. And I couldn't take her on any cool. It's like you have the things you do for your pets when you want to like apologize, which is like the dog park or a WALK or maybe a hike or maybe like go to the beach, and like all of those things were off the table because she had a foot injury. And so I had to just go home with her and be like, I can give you more watermelon. Do you want more watermelon? I don't know. I had spaghetti. Here's a little bit of spaghetti from last night. You know, she does like the car ride. I can put the windows all the way down and she hangs her head out. Turbs, thank you for the resub.
2 months, yippee.
And Booth, thank you also for the resub. Thank you guys. Thank you very much. Did you guys hear that a plane crashed into like some houses in Los Angeles? Did you guys see that shit? I saw this on the news. Actually, I saw it in an email. Because I have like an app that's like, oh, this happened in LA. This happened in LA. Look at this. Here's a news report.
On to breaking news.
The news.
In Simi Valley, where a small plane crashed into the Wood Ranch
Simi
neighborhood.
Valley?
Yeah, this happened about 2 this afternoon. Witnesses say the plane was flying erratically just before it crashed, and a homeowner narrowly escaped that impact. Let's go to Chris Wolf. He's live in Simi Valley tonight. He's got the latest on this. Chris.
Yeah, Rick and Court, this is going to be an active scene for several hours to come into the wee hours of the morning. Investigators are still waiting to get the tail number of that aircraft and confirm the number of people on board. But we can tell you at least one person on that plane, a single-engine fixed-wing aircraft, is confirmed dead.
I thought that they said that at least one person on that plane is single, and I was like, okay, that's like kind of a weird thing to like throw in.
There were
but...
no casualties on the ground. It all happened just before 2 o'clock this afternoon here in Simi Valley's Wood Ranch community. It's a hilltop neighborhood along High Meadow Street. A husband and wife were at home at the time. She was cooking. He was outside trimming trees. He tells me he noticed a small plane circling overhead, very low to the ground, and it was on its side with the wings tilted. At first, he thought it was some type of acrobatic maneuver, but then he quickly realized something was terribly wrong, and he ran to warn his wife. The plane slammed into their backyard and exploded into a fireball. Their home and a neighbor's home sustained damage, including shattered windows, smoke, and fire damage.
You know what's crazy is like the likelihood of insurance covering this is probably like low because California like home insurance is so stingy. And also like there's like, oh, well, you don't have plane crashes into your backyard insurance. So sorry, man. Hey, sorry. Also, yeah, I get my news via the email sometimes because I don't fuck with social media right now. So sometimes the Citizen app sends me messages to tell me what's going on in my city. Just so you know.
Cover and, of course, called 911. Firefighters and emergency crews descended on the scene, and officials tell us one person on the plane, possibly the pilot, was killed in the crash. Although investigators...
You know what's crazy? Actually, I'm gonna back it up a little bit. I don't have the Citizen app downloaded, and I haven't had it for like 2 years. I remember once me and another friend downloaded it while we were at a bar because we were like curious what was going on. And they've never sent me emails, and then they just started like 2 weeks ago sending me emails for like very big things happening. Like the Citizen app is supposed to tell you about things that happen like near you. I don't think this is near me. I'm not 100% sure where Simi Valley is. But it just tells me about like these crazy things, and the way it words them makes it sound, this is a horrible thing that happened, but makes it sound like it is like the next 9/11.
Are still trying to confirm the number of people on board. The National Transportation Safety Board will be investigating the cause of this disaster, and local emergency personnel are now waiting for the NTSB agents to arrive. Homeowner Armand Hovakemian shares what he experienced this fateful afternoon.
Saw the plane circling kind of over the house, and as I was doing the yard work, I started coming in towards the house just to tell my wife something doesn't look right with the plane circling over our house. And then as I was approaching the house, I heard the large bang sound, and then turned around and I saw part of the plane, which was I think it was the fuselage that was in the backyard, on fire. So I tried to get the hose and put some water because I could see the plane and the fuselage piece, and I could see that part of the house actually collapsed on the corner. I tried to put the fire out on the plane, and then it exploded. So I just started backing off because there was a lot of gas smell and fuel smell.
Yeah, get out of there.
Again, a small plane crash this afternoon.
Something like weirdly intimate about the brief moment when the camera goes back to the reporter and they're just staring straight into your soul. Like it's about like 2 seconds of like, I genuinely feel like very like
in Simi Valley's Wood Ranch community has claimed the life of at least one person on board that aircraft. No one was hurt on the ground. We will continue to follow this breaking story throughout the night. For now, reporting live in Simi Valley, I'm Chris Wolf, KTLA 5 News.
Bad time, has it always been this rough for planes, or has it been extra like bad time for planes lately? It just feels like there's like, it's like plane thing after plane. Maybe it's just because we are hearing about it. Plane stories are just the rage. Well, it's kind of like, they kind of are, and I think that news reporters know that. It's like It's the same as like anything, you know? It's like there's a hot topic and plane crashes are kind of a hot topic, so they lean into it, you know? Peace, thank you for the resub. Sam_witch21, thank you for the resub. Remember the clown killer stories? Yeah, like during COVID, wasn't it during COVID or maybe before or after? It was like around COVID. And all of a sudden there was clowns everywhere trying to kill people, which like I don't even know if that was like a thing that was just happening then. I don't know. 2016. Oh. That made me feel old. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yikes. Time's moving too quickly. 2015. Sheesh. Private and small planes have accidents all the time, but big commercial flights have very few. Right. Right. Please take the clown stories seriously. No. My bad. No. That's true. If I wanted clown stories, I'd just go on Twitter. 26 sounds right. Some old buddies of mine had a pretty popular band with clowns in the name, and they got heaps of hate mail. No way. That's crazy. I was a freshman in high school. I think I had graduated high school and I was... What was I doing in 2015? I had graduated beauty college and I was probably just working. I think I was working and... I don't really know. I don't know what I was doing. Might seem more recent because a couple years after that, the clowns came back. Oh, Return of the Clowns. Got it. Understood. Met Gala is coming up, which is really exciting. And the theme is an interesting one. We were talking about it in the Discord a little bit. The Met Gala theme this year is superfine tailoring black style. Oh, wait, there's a good word in here. This year's event, which takes place on May 5th, will coincide with the Costume Institute exhibition of the same name that wait, no, that's not what I want. Met Gala 2025. What is the 2025 Met Gala theme and who are the chairs? Now, let me tell you, the chairs are looking good. This year's Met Gala theme is tailored for you in connection with the Costume Institute's landmark new exhibition, Superfine Tailoring Black Style, which opens to the public on May 10th. The theme is chosen each year by Andrew Bolton, the curator in charge of the Costume Institute. Monica Miller, professor and chair of Africana Studies at Barnard College, will guest curate the 2025 show. Superfine will celebrate Black dandyism, which is, I've never heard that word before, but that's nice, from the 18th century through to its revival during the Harlem Renaissance and its impact on fashion today. The Met Gala typically draws its dress code from the accompanying exhibition, which celebrities and their stylists are encouraged to interpret on the red carpet. Coleman Domingo, who I think notoriously always brings it on the red carpet. Undeniably some of the best fashion, always a highlight. A$AP Rocky, Lewis Hamilton, Pharrell Williams, these guys are all familiar. I don't know a whole lot about A$AP Rocky. Lewis Hamilton looks familiar, but I don't know what he does. And then Pharrell Williams obviously always has pretty good drip. I'm really excited. He's an F1 driver. Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Got it. That's a fun one. You know what I am really hoping to see? Some really nice pantsuits on the ladies, because I love a pantsuit. And I will get hyped about every single one that I see. You know what I mean? Girls in suits. Yep. Can't wait to see astronaut Katy Perry do something strange. Do you think Katy Perry's going? Probably, right? Who is attending the 2025 Met Gala? They're not going to say. Why would they say? So anyways, we will be going over that on Tuesday, I believe. Let me look at my calendar. Hold on. This week's weird. Yeah, we'll be going over it on Tuesday. I don't know what time Tuesday's stream is going to be because I have an appointment in the evening, but it'll probably be a little bit later. Yeah, Janelle Monáe usually brings it. Who usually brings it big time at the Met Gala? Janelle Monáe usually brings it. Coleman Domingo usually brings it. Zendaya, yeah, sometimes Rihanna. The Kardashians usually do, to be honest with you. Every time I see what the Kardashians wear, especially Kim, I'm like, oh, I can't wait to see how they're not able to breathe this time. But the Kardashians sometimes they'll come through with it. Chapel. I don't think has she gone to the Met before? I mean, she probably will. I can't imagine she wouldn't, but I don't know if I've seen her yet at the Met. Did she go last year? We can't fall for the Katy Perry AI photo this time. Dude, last year's was convincing. Convincing. Can't wait to see which antique dress a Kardashian destroys this time. Yeah, you know what I have a feeling we're going to see from a Kardashian based on the latest interests of theirs is like some AI shit, and I don't know what that means. But I feel like it's going to be like Tesla themed, something futuristic, which doesn't make any fucking sense. Billie Eilish has had some really stellar Mets. Yeah, this is Chapel's first year. I figure that it would be. I wonder if RuPaul will ever go back. When was the last time RuPaul went? Seems like RuPaul would have a great fit. The Scoop Dog. Thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Welcome in. She should take the space shuttle to the event, right? Oh, my back. The camp theme was a great theme. That was a good one. When the theme was camp. Yeah. You know what? The camp theme is the reason why I know what camp means. I had never heard the term camp as opposed to camping. And that year I learned what camp meant, which I think is the same for a lot of people. Like campy. Yeah, but camp. It's different. It takes too many people to put together. Understood. Got it. Yeah, so that's coming up. That happens on Monday, so I'll be like checking everything out. We're doing the podcast on Monday, and I don't know, like, we might do it later. We might film later so we can talk about Met Gala. However, when we film later, it makes it so that I have to stay up really late, and I hate that, so I prefer to film earlier. So either we wait and we record, talk about it the next week, or not. Usually not beating the allegations, not knowing what camp is definitely a straight quality. Well, I do now. I just didn't 5 years ago or whenever it was. I've watched RuPaul's Drag Race like once, like a couple years ago. It was pretty good. Have you tried the Coke Zero? No, I haven't. It's in my fridge. Guys, I've been suffering. I had to unplug my fridge for like 48 hours. Because it was like dripping, and so we had to like see if there was like something plugged. So I had to throw away like all of my groceries basically, and just I did not have a refrigerator for like 72 hours, which sucked. But my fridge is back. Hopefully, I plugged it back in. If it keeps dripping, then we'll have to figure it out. But yeah. But I bought Coke Zero because everybody has been talking about Coke Zero. I don't know why. It's one of those things that's been popping up everywhere for me. So I bought some Coke Zero and I put it in my fridge. So we're going to try it. I don't know why. I don't want to be a soda person, but Coke Zero gives me migraines. Let's go. Regular Coke Zero? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I just wanted to try it. I'm drinking this today. This is one of my favorite Pure Leaf Lemon. Good. Coke Zero's the goat. Listen, we'll see. We'll see. I also got some strawberries. They're far away. Yeah, Pure Leaf, the lemon is pretty good. It has some caffeine in it though, and sometimes it's a little much. 63 milligrams of caffeine. Sun Chips, no Sun Chips. No. Diet Coke over Coke Zero. I like a Coke every once in a while. I'm not a big soda drinker, but every once in a while I fuck with Coke a little bit. Bubba Dat? No, I haven't. I swear to God, on my life, I've actually never seen cocaine before that I know of. If it was happening near me, I didn't know. I know I've been at parties where it was around, and I've definitely been around people that have done it, but I've never seen it before. Yep. You seem like the type of person to absolutely hate it. I don't hate it. I don't really care. I mean, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't really care. I like if like people that I know are like using responsibly, that's their choice. Like I mean, if you took it, like if I did Coke, you think I'd be the exact same? I could very well see it being something that like just makes me have a panic attack and does nothing good. I don't know. Maybe it would cure my ADHD. I'd just be like hyper focused in and I would be super productive. Makes your heart race. A couple times I tried that, like, it's called like C4 and it's like this pre-workout that you use. And I hated that so much that's the only thing that I have to compare it to. And I don't want that ever again. Ever. Flight, thank you so much for the resub. What is C4? Is it creatine? It's a pre-workout. And I had an ex that would take it before he went to the gym. And so then like I tried like a little bit of it and it made my face itch so bad. And I was just like it didn't make me want to work out more. It just made me feel crazy. Like, and then my face was itching. Substance to improve the perception of performance in the gym. Yeah, like it would put him into like hyped mode and he would listen to like metal and I'd be like, so that didn't work out for very long. As you could probably imagine. It's like sometimes people get into gym mode and it's like fine and chill. Sometimes people get into gym mode and they turn into like a different creature and it's like kind of an ick a little bit. Like some people's gym mode is fine. Some people's gym mode is definitely like an ick for me. What is it that makes pre-workout give you energy? I don't know. I was the age where I was like, sure, I'll try it. I don't know what it is. They crave to move large boulders or fight gorillas. I get locked in the gym listening to my soft R&B playlist. Yeah, what's your guys' gym listen? Because mine was usually podcasts. Like, I never got hyped up to go to the gym. I would like to go to the gym while consuming something I enjoyed to make me forget that I was at the gym. Because I hate the gym. 30 years and I have never once learned to like it. So I have to like convince myself that I'm not doing it for as long as possible and then leave. I wish I liked it. I really do. I started using a trainer. Yeah, so when I was training for boxing, if I have somebody that will literally like say, go do this. Okay, now go do that. Okay, now go do this. And I'm going to stand here and watch you, which is what a trainer does. I can do it because I kind of like, I go into trauma mode and I'm just like, okay, I'm just going to get it done. And then it's fine. And I also don't want them to like, you know what I mean? But if I have to go by myself, I will wimp out and go, I can leave now. I'm tired. I can be done. Why? I don't want to work out anymore. Nobody will notice if I leave. In fact, I get insecure when I go to the gym because I'm afraid people are going to notice that I just got there and I'm already leaving. It's like, maybe I should go like hide in the bathroom for like 30 minutes and then they won't notice that I just got here and I'm already leaving. I ran a marathon to Lizzo once. Haven't listened since. Yeah. I never really fucked with Lizzo. I'll say it. I'll be brave. They're in their head main charactering. That is like the thing about the gym is like, I always get really anxious going because I'm afraid everybody's going to look at me and notice that I don't know what I'm doing. 99% of the time, everybody else also feels like that, or they like don't give a shit about you. But I still can't get over feeling like I don't want anybody to perceive me. Skilla, thank you for the resub. We notice every time. We notice and laugh behind your back every time. My gym that I have a membership to right now currently, which I've gone to once, is pretty big. It's gigantic and it still gets so busy that it's insufferable. However, it is nice because I can go in, work out, and leave without ever having to see the same person twice, which is nice. The people who mind don't matter, and the people who matter don't mind. There you go. Have you guys ever had anybody try to help you at the gym, like, unasked for? Fortnite Kids _7. We already gave gift subs to Fortnite Kids _1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You're late.
In the case of 8-month-old Adonis, Benny, you are the father.
Sauternaut, thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it. You should name your gift sub baby Fortnite Kids _8. It's a family name. Fortnite Kids _5 is so cool. I miss that guy too. Man. I was working out with my friend and we finished and this guy walked up and put my weights away from me, but not my friends. Oh. Why? I was at the gym once. I'm trying to think the most annoying gym interaction I have. I haven't had too many, but there was one time that I was there doing squats and a guy came up to show me how to do it better. And I was really young, so I was like, oh, that was really nice. And as I get older, I realize it wasn't. Like, I just was like, oh, wow. And now it's like, no. You know what I mean? Yeah, and I was like, gotcha. I just didn't, like, I was like, oh, okay, like, and I didn't know what I was doing, so whatever. But he was like, oh, you should position your legs like this so that da-da-da-da. And I was like, okay. Like, don't do that. I did have someone at the gym ask for my number and then got mad that I wasn't replying fast enough. Oh, and said this relationship wasn't going to work. Yeah, well, at least you kind of like sped ran that, right? One time I gave my number to like a person and within about 24 hours, I have never been trauma dumped on so much. So much. It was mind-blowing the amount of trauma dumping that I experienced in 24 hours. I was like, should I send you an invoice for this? It was so weird. You were picked to be a therapist? Yeah, I was like, yeah, I should have charged him. Kit.
1 year in prison. When do I get
Never.
probation?
Sorry. We don't do that here. Another life sentence. Thank you. Thank you for the year. Sped run the relationship. Yeah, truly. There's just like certain things that like people do when it comes to dating that it's like, it blows my mind that that is a thing that They do, I guess. I don't really know how to explain this. Like when we were reading the things the other day, it was just, it blows my mind that there's like behaviors that people actually like go through with, I guess. Which date is it appropriate to trauma dump on? Like the 365th. No, I don't know. Don't ask me advice. Did Brody do something early on that almost made you nope out? Yeah, he liked me back. Like usually that's like my biggest red flag in a guy. I'm like, what? No, wait. That's no. Don't do that. He does like you? Allegedly. A dating app, and then she sent me like 100 pictures of her, kind of crazy. Yeah, well, I don't know what it was, but I'm gonna imagine it was her being like, here's me with my tomato plant that I'm growing. Here's me with my dog. He's 7. Here's a picture of me and my mom. Here's me walking down the sidewalk. You know what's funny? Caroline does that to me. She will send me a photo of her doing things just as a check-in. Like she'll just send me, she'll be like, oh, I'm so tired. And she'll send a picture of her looking stunning, but tired. And I'll be like, are you so tired? Or she'll send like her car broke down and she sent a photo of her like at the mechanic. Like car broke down. I'll be like, okay. All right. Cool. Full face of makeup. Just like, yeah. God bless her. Car broke down. She's the only person I know that like sends selfies as emphasis to the thing that she's telling me. Generational Snapchat. Yeah, it's true. She does the manual Snapchat. I'm like, okay, sure, slay. What the hell? Why not? It's appreciated though. It's appreciated. It's like, hey, at the mechanic, what are you up to? She likes to flesh out the scene. Yeah, for sure. You know what I saw today on YouTube that I hadn't thought about for years is, do you guys remember Honey Boo Boo? I had entirely forgot, and I feel like she kind of got flushed out of the like meme circle, like the regurgitation of memes. And they're making a show. How old is she now? I don't know. So they're making a show about her life, and the actual girl, Honey Boo Boo, I don't know what her name is part of it. So they include interviews from her. Alana's her real name. She's probably like 20 or something, like late teens, maybe 20. And just talks about just how like she had a bad time, you know? I think she's 19 now. Yeah. Not a good childhood. I feel bad her mom took advantage of her. Yeah, like took a lot of the money that she was getting from the show and stuff. All kinds of stuff. And I was like, I just had entirely forgot about her entirely. But I remembered her mom because she was in like memes and stuff, and then I was like, oh shit. Yeah, her mom spent like a lot of the money that she was making. It's like you hear that all the time, like child stars that they obviously can't have the money that they're making, and so the parents get it, and the parents, you know, should hold on to it until they turn 18. But a lot of times, I mean, that's what happened with was it Jesse McCartney? Was it Jesse McCartney or Aaron what was his name? Aaron Carter. Yeah, big star when we were kids, and then his family fully just fucked him over. Jeanette McCurdy. I don't know. I never read the book or anything. Happened to Macaulay Culkin too. Right. I saw this thing online that said that Kieran Culkin is the guy that Ryan Reynolds thinks that he is. The book was good. Oh yeah. I mean, it's like a lot of them see it as like child labor, you know? It's like they're like, I don't want to be a star and I can't be a star, so I'm just going to overwork and raise my child. There are now laws that protect the child where the parents legally have to set aside a percentage. Yeah, good. Makes me sad. Child labor laws and kid influencers should be harsher. Did you see that documentary on Netflix about kid influencing? No. Is it recent? Was Honey Boo Boo and her mom on The Masked Singer? Maybe. In some states, they require the parents to pay 15% into trust for things like child actors. That's wild. Sprouse twins seem to have gotten out good. I think. I don't know. I don't know a whole lot about them. They seem fine. Aren't those laws only in California? I would imagine that California probably has some laws around like child acting stuff, as California has a lot of laws because of a lot of stuff like that, but yeah. One of them is questionable. I think one of them was like kind of pretentious, but I'm not sure what. I don't know much about him. So many family vloggers left California because of the laws. I watched the Hulu documentary on Ruby Franke, and that was so much crazier than I ever knew that it was when it initially came out. Like when all of that happened, I didn't know anything about it. I just knew that it was like a family vlogger that was like shitty to her kids. But then I watched it. I did not know the extent of it. Like it got about as bad as it possibly could have without anybody dying. Like I was like, what the absolute fuck? That shit was fucking crazy. Yeah, long story short, if anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, so there's a YouTuber, her name's Ruby Franke, and she was a family vlogger, so she had like multiple children, and her family was Mormon, and they it started as like family vlogging stuff, but it just got so, it was like she was vlogging everything, and as her kids grew up, they were like getting really irritated with it because she was like making content out of everything that they did. And then she started to become pretty evil, like pretty abusive to her kids. She also like hired this like therapist to try to basically like train her kids to be like submissive and do all the content shit that she needed. And the therapist was like also insane, and she ended up kicking her husband and her oldest boy out and having the therapist move in, and they were like chaining the kids up in like the basement and like trying to dispel demons from them. And like it got to the point where one of the boys, the young boys, escaped and like went to a neighbor's house and was knocking on the door saying like, help, can we call the cops? And then obviously the police came in and like figured out everything. But crime night starting right. Yeah, I mean, like, we can go down that rabbit hole. It's pretty triggering, but it's definitely a rabbit hole. There's a bajillion YouTube channels that have covered it, like a billion. And she went to prison, and the therapist lady who was living with her went to prison too. And the daughter, the oldest daughter, she has fully cut the mom off, and she actually is an advocate against family vlogging. So she like has become like a pretty strong advocate trying to make laws against stuff like that. She's an author. Yeah, she girl bossed. The oldest son is getting into content creation, which people have kind of been like, oh, interesting. He seems really traumatized, to be honest with you. He seems traumatized in a way of like really struggling with what happened while also still trying to see the best in people. The dad is an interesting story because he got kicked out. The dad is so interesting to me. He got kicked out. The mom kicked him out because he was, I don't know, like like he was in the way basically. And all of this was happening and the dad didn't know. And it happened for like, I don't know, maybe 6 months or something like that. It was a while. And the dad just didn't know. He didn't know any of this was happening because he didn't have contact. He didn't call the police. Well, he didn't have contact with his family. So I don't think he necessarily knew anything that bad was happening. I think he just thought his wife kicked him out and was like, I need time to think and know if like you're good for the family. And he was like, okay. And then he just left and was like, I'll fuck off until you decide if you love me or not. And he was really brainwashed by her. And then when they interviewed him, the interviewers were like, do you still love her? And he was basically like, yeah, like he obviously doesn't want to be with her anymore. But I think him and the son are both in the same position of they got brainwashed really, really bad and were kind of forced to like roll over and show their bellies so much that they still haven't bounced back in the way that the oldest daughter did. I think that they recognize what happened, but still don't want that to be the case. So they're kind of hesitant. Dad is kind of sus. I don't think he's sus. I think he just really, I think that his religion had a lot to do with it. I think he trusted in his wife and God to the point where he just still was in denial of the fact that that could even be a possibility. And I think he still to this day has kind of got that religious like I think it's the strong like brainwashing and denial, and like it's disappointing that he wasn't able to pull through for his kids in the way that you would obviously hope that he would. But I think when you're that deep in like religious kind of stuff, the way your brain functions is like it's kind of different, you know what I mean? Like I don't not blame him. I blame him, but I also think that he was working with extreme brainwashing. Yeah, I haven't watched Rotten Mangoes just because I'm like, okay, if I go on a car trip, I'll binge the whole thing. Yeah, I think as somebody who didn't grow up religious and isn't religious, I have a really hard time empathizing with religious brainwashing. But I also recognize that I haven't experienced anything in my life that's anything like it. So when I see a situation like the Ruby Frank thing, I'm like, I just don't understand. I don't get it. But there was something definitely pretty hefty going on there. Is it Siren? Zyron or Siren? Thank you. Thank you for the brand new sub. I appreciate it. But anyways, yeah, it's one that we can definitely dive into. I would try to find one YouTube video rather than like a 37-part series. I wish I could show you like the whole thing, but it's just so long. But I could try to like dig for a YouTube video that's not too harsh, you know. Fallow Daybell Doomsday Murders. No, haven't. Yeah, Matt, that's chill. Surely there's a 10-minute summary. I feel like an hour summary would be best. I can go looking. Yeah. If you don't mind, hand, find one that maybe is like, I mean, you know. Yeah, that's a tough one is like, and I struggle with this with true crime nights, which I'll probably get to the point where I'll like maybe pay somebody to do this for me. But it's there. I have a very limited scope of things that I want to show for crime night, you know, and there's certain topics that I'm like, I just don't really think that there's like value to showing that on stream necessarily. Like, it's not an uncomfortable watch, but it's an uncomfortable watch as a group, you know? Like, it's something I would watch like while I'm cleaning my house, but it's not necessarily something that I want to react to on stream because I'm like, I don't really have any value in me watching that, and giving commentary on that because I can't really give commentary on that has any value. Yeah, the ones involving kids. There's also certain things that like if somebody makes a stupid comment in chat, I can delete it. But there's certain subjects that if somebody makes a stupid comment in chat, it will really irk me. Like to the point where like, especially if it's like a community member that's like around a lot, then it's like, I don't want to have to sit there and like delete because some people make some stupid comments. But there are ones that I've watched. Oh man. But anyways, yeah. So anyways, there's a scope of like videos that I want to find that it's hard because I'll find a video and I'll be like, oh, that one seems really good. In order to check and see, I have to watch the whole thing. And if I watch the whole thing, it's obviously less fun to watch on stream because then I've already seen the whole thing. So yeah, and yeah, like Alex has done it, Han's done it, Caitlin's done it, like sent me stuff. But I think I'm gonna have to like find somebody that it's like, hey, I will pay you, but like I need videos that don't include XYZ, and if I send you a video, please watch it and make sure there isn't XYZ in it. Because otherwise it's tough. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. Transphobic crimes and misogynistic crimes definitely bring in the most brainwash. Yeah, I was watching Bose, she was watching the Nikita Dragon video because Nikita Dragon's been going to jail like a couple times now, and that was one that I was like, oh, I could watch that on stream, and then I was like, I don't think I want to watch that one on stream because there's just a whole lot of navigating things that I don't want to on stream, you know? Anonymous, thank you for the 5. I appreciate it. Like that. Thank you. Yeah, Bose is good. I really enjoy watching her streams. She knows a lot about stuff too, you know? Did you see my message? Oh yeah. Good morning, America.
It hurt.
Yeah, this one could be good. The rise and fall of YouTube mom Ruby Franke. Yeah, would you scan if you're chilling? Like, would you scan this one and just see if there's anything like real yucky? I mean, it all is yucky, but we could watch it. Yeah, nothing that'll bring out the freaks in my cons, yeah. Some of my favorite true crime stuff is old crimes like Jack the Ripper, those are hood. Yeah, yeah, there's some, that's another thing too, is it's like there's some big ones that I'm like, oh, everybody's already heard of that one, but the first one is 9 shocking ... Yeah, the rise and fall of the YouTube mom I like better because the 9 shocking ones might be kind of like, but the rise and fall, I want more of like a story, like what happened, you know? All the vids blur the kids out, but they're in most of them. Yeah, I mean, that's the Hulu documentary did the same thing where it blurred the kids out, but they obviously kind of have to be in it a little bit, or else that's what the whole story's about. I have checked out Matt Orchard. I watched one of his videos. Well, I listened to it. I was driving, and so I listened to it. It was the cold case one. You know that one? Mello, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the year.
If I'm ready for the responsibility of a child. Don't let me down, Maury.
I love that the TTS just didn't wait. It didn't wait for the resub message. Let me watch this classic.
Are you with somebody in particular?
Yeah. Yeah, Caitlin, I saved it to my thing. The first video we're gonna watch is Daily Dose of Internet uploaded a crime video, which I thought was interesting. I thought it was interesting, but I also could see them pivoting and it being really successful because I think Daily Dose has a good voice for like JCS kind of stuff. So I don't really know if he's like a true crime guy, but I think if he made a new channel that was like kind of like a that kind of stuff, I feel like that would work. You have to have a certain voice. It has to be like, I don't know how to describe it. There's certain channels that I'll watch that the voice alone will make me not watch it because I'm not like engaged enough. I don't know how to describe it. Like JCS, great. EWU I think is the best. I think EWU's voice is the best voice. Dave's Lemonade does some good ones. He's an Aussie that adds an appropriate amount of banter. Oh, cool. AI voice triggers me. Well, yeah, we don't pick those if we know it. Sometimes we don't know. Bluebird, thank you for the resub. I think Daily Dose should make a pivot into woodworking content. I think that would fit his vibe well. Yeah, I agree. Well, this is your Daily Dose of crime. Chill's voice thoughts. I mean, memeable, but like, I don't know. Like a little sleepy, you know? Number 5, arson. Number 5. The Jordan one was fun. Yeah, I do. I like the videos that, I mean, I have a pretty good outline now of what I like and don't like. It's just I can't find them myself because then I will have already watched them. I do like scan with the little like playhead to try to like go through and see, you know? It's like, okay, like I don't see anything, but when an Irish dude cover crimes, name is that chapter. An Irish dude to do crime vids. Thanks. I like this sweater vest. I do like a good sweater vest. Yeah, we'll start with the Daily Dose one because it's I started watching it. It's pretty entertaining. It's a little bit silly. We'll definitely start with that one though. But before we get into Crime Night, does anybody have anything that they want to any big news? I have not been on Twitter. Twitter has been horrendous. Feet check. I'll take a check for my feet. Yeah, how much? I God. You've seen that Ray William Johnson does crime videos on TikTok now? Really? I can imagine exactly what that would be like. Knocked, thank you for the 10. Thank you. That's the announcement. 10 big announcements. Yippee! Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Hey, thanks. My mom told me she might get a divorce. You know what? Good for her. Slay. 5 gifted in a love letter. Well, I can't read, so please don't send me the love letter. I'll take the 5 gifted though. Yesterday I had to take the day off from being a person because of the mess on my timeline. Yeah, I think there are certain things that are happening on the Twitter timeline and the creator space right now where if you are still trying to squeeze that for content, like if you're still trying to consume that as content, like I don't know what more there is to be had now. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know what's left. The debate, right? Like I don't know what's happening. I don't know. Maybe I'm giving good feet vibes. I just don't know what's left of this like discourse with all of this anymore. And I just am very disappointed. Yeah, like what are we doing here? Like why are people still paying attention to this? You give nice toe vibes, can't lie. Okay, what do you want me to do now? What do you want from me? We got like a couple toe guys sitting around on their phones. Couple toe guys. Fart on me or Summit IDK. Okay. I don't know. Like what, like of all the time that you have in the day, this is what you're doing. Foot job out of 10 out of 7. Why did he say out of 7? Why wouldn't he say out of 10? Like scale of 1 to 7. Dogs, I was gonna do that tomorrow actually. Yeah, out of 7 is really weird. But, like that's crazy because I only have 7 toes on each of my feet. So, I met a middle-aged man who was discussing with his friends about paying a premium Twitter account because he uses it a lot. Said that Elon is a genius too, which was all I needed to hear. Wow. Powerful. I will stand by this. Anytime I see somebody going in on anything with a word count that you have to pay for, I can't take them seriously. I can't take them seriously. Zog, send the pennies in the vagina. I don't think I can be like perturbed today. I don't know. Like my week has been, there's just too many things happening in my life to the point where I just, yeah. Guys, the wife is here. Happy wife, happy life. Guys, Tara got married and looked like a Disney princess. A newlywed. Big guys, there's hope. There's hope. Twitch chatters, there's hope. You can, in fact, defy the odds. You can. Twitch chatters, you can do it. It's been about 36 hours. Don't get too hopeful. Yeah, fair. Well, nah, it'll be beautiful and lovely, and you know, I was busy that day and I didn't want to get you sick, so I had a whole lot going on. I was gonna come, but I didn't want to get you sick, and that's kind of, again, right. Zogs, I'm gonna click on the mystery TikTok.
If you stick your smelly little peener tip into the dinky hole of a super secret mystery box, and suddenly you feel your panini straights up.
I should not have. I'm not clicking on the mystery TikTok anymore. No. I learned my lesson. Do you guys want to see my TikTok of the day? Let's see what I got for you. I've been purposely trying to like more TikToks so I can show them to you. I'm not going to show you, but I have stumbled upon this TikTok of this person who is in love with their stuffed animals, and is like, all they post is pictures of them making out with their stuffed animals. And I I clicked on, well, I didn't click on one. I got one on my For You page, and I was like, wow, I need to rethink about what has led me here. And then I lingered too long. And now I'm just, you know, and I went through the timeline, and it's just multiple videos of this person making out with, like there's one that I'm looking at right now where they've posted a picture of them kissing their stuffed animal and explaining why their kisses are so beautiful. Hey, stop licking. No, I'm not going to show because I don't want to incite any like bullying situation, but it is, I need it to stop popping up on my timeline immediately. Let's see, what do I got here? Actually, this is probably going to be pretty loud, but I have gotten so many of these. I've gotten no less than like 3 or 4 of these. I can't, it's this song, but it's just they replace it with trucks and stuff, and I can't stop getting them. Like, I've gotten multiple of them, and it's never ending. It just keeps going. Oh, here's another one. Like my page is cooked entirely. My page is entirely cooked. Okay, thank you, Han. I appreciate you. There must be a reason you keep getting them. It's because I linger. I see one, I linger on it, and then I see another one, and I linger on that, and then all of a sudden, and I send one to Caitlin, and then all of a sudden it's GG's. That's the problem. If you see a video that you don't want to live rent-free on your For You page, don't send it to anybody. Yeah, you copy that link, it's written on your gravestone, basically. Do you think middle-aged American guys who love American trucks see this kind of TikTok? I'd like to think so. Maybe.
Would you ever accept the substitution for the real thing? And the real thing is that which is constructive. Do you understand?
No. Nope. Don't understand. Don't get it. Hell yeah, I'll drink to that, brother. No, it gets good.
Would you ever active? Do you understand? Uncle Funkle.
Wow, he's really good.
Well, thank you for FYP. Gave you the peak. Have you ever seen anything like this in your life?
No.
Have you?
Confidently no.
Talk to me.
Wow, that was really powerful. That was really powerful. Thank you for sharing that.
Dearly beloved.
Surely that's not real, right? Did you guys see Trump post a picture of himself AI'd as the Pope the other day? Like, come on, man. Did you not see that? Here, let me find it. Trump Pope AI. Like, his like Truth Social website or whatever. Like, he posted this. He himself posted this. Like, you're gonna piss off the Vatican. I'm convinced that like somebody's got to be over there. Like some of this stuff surely can't be real. You know what I mean? He is just that good at winning elections. What does that mean? Digital farts? We're living in the bad place, yeah. Like, what is this world anymore? There's just so many things that I'm just like, this is not... Like, how did we get here? Like, how did that... Like, don't we have someone, like, checking... I don't care who the president is, like, we should always, no matter what, have somebody double checking what they're posting, right? Or maybe we do, and then that person just says yes. You know what I mean? Like, there should always be some level of like, yeah, so anyways, everyone in America is going to see this, and this is a statement you're making. I don't know. The official White House account posts the most disgusting and cringe stuff. I saw that too. It's like they found the shitty version of whoever runs like the Wendy's account and was like, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Like, it's crazy. There's no pope right now. God can't see him. What if we had 5 popes? And they all had to take turns. Maybe 7. What if we have... Okay, hear me out. What if... What if we go with, like, this kind of situation? Like, so many that we're not sure which one is making the decisions. Like, could we organize this? Like a Deacons of the Deep situation, where there's just so many. So many. What if they were like Sailor Scouts? What's a Sailor Scout? Not much. What's a Sailor Scout with you? What if there were 7 popes and in order to speak they had to kiss the last pope that spoke? It's kind of like one of those speaking sticks where you have to be holding the item in order to talk. Oh, no, I think I did see this. Guys, the official White House posted lo-fi MAGA video to relax/study to. Like the official whitehouse.gov website. Like the sigh that just... Man... What does it sound like if I play it? Oh, it's live. Yeah, I expected as much. I expected as much. The official White House YouTube channel. Oh, brother. Why is he writing with his eyes closed? He's also getting rid of all of the things he was writing too. Wait, this is official? Yep. Isn't that great? Why don't we have official sandwich lo-fi? Great question. Great question. If anybody's making lo-fi, let me know. Love that for you guys. What a unique experience it would be to not be, and by unique I mean literally billions of people share it, to be a not American watching from the outside. Is it going to be uploaded later? Well, that's the funny part, is that the answer is no, because I fucked up and it's muted always, forever, everywhere. So it is lost to space. But luckily, we'll do another one this week. So if you missed the last one, and you want to put that in, we'll do it every week. I don't know if we'll do it on Tuesday because I have an appointment on Tuesday, but we might do it Wednesday. One or the other. We'll see. Trust me, the moment I realized that that video was going to be muted, my heart broke. I know why it happened. It shouldn't be happening today. In fact, if somebody would check and make sure I'm not muted on today's VOD, I fixed it. I know why it happened, and I'm saddened. But when is the re-upload with the silent movie dialogue cards? I mean, there are captions if you want to read the captions, but I could also understand if you don't want to. You're muted in today's live. No, I'm not. I don't know why I asked. I'm not. I know I wasn't going to get a straight answer. Dilly, I don't know if I said thank you for the resub, by the way. Thank you. I appreciate it. She figured it out live. Yeah. Yeah. You know what I hate about Twitch VODs? I don't know how to fix this. I hate that it doesn't tell you. I wish that it would tell you the time instead of this would be really nice for streamers, but not anyone else. It'd be nice if the VOD had some sort of real-time clock, because sometimes I like know something happened at a certain time, but I don't know when it happened during the VOD. I don't know. It's very specific. We can only do more if you submit more. True. Guys, submit stories if you want. If we run out, then I won't do it. But, you know, put a clock on your wall. You know what probably wouldn't be super invasive, but could happen is I literally could bake in like a clock to the stream, like in the corner, like just like a little digital one. Like it could literally be tiny. Like I could make it like this big down here just purely for me. But I don't know. It's really not like number one on my priority list. Okay, we're going to watch we're going to do true crime night. Important thing I'm going to reiterate. Oh, Caitlin, I was going to send it to you and then I deleted it because I'm an idiot. I'm going to reiterate the rules because I got really frustrated last stream. And I don't want to just be frustrated the whole time because I don't want to just be like, hey, don't do that. Hey, don't say that. Hey, don't do that. Hey, don't say that. Logical, thank you so much for the Prime sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's been suggested to Hassan to put a clock on screen so he can't be clip chimped as easily. Wait, how come? How come that would fix it? Yell violently at chat. I could. Because a clock on a stream. Yeah, how come? Oh, because of cuts. So people will like cut it and then like. But can't people see the cuts, or do people just not pay attention to the cuts? It'll be obvious if people cut things out of context. Oh, I just assumed people would see the cuts, but I guess sometimes when you're watching things, because of the way that like internet stuff is made, like you might not see cuts anymore. You know what I mean? Like when you're watching a YouTube video and the YouTuber like cuts, they say something and then they cut, and then they say something and then they cut. Like your brain doesn't notice every time. You just kind of start to see it as one. You just shot the stream time to a couple seconds. Yeah. You take a 3-minute rant and post 20 seconds of it and call it the full context instead of just cutting around it. Well, that, but like I don't know why a clock would help with that if they're just cutting a 20-second out of it, but I don't know. Emote only chat? No, I don't ever want to like do that because that would make it so not fun for me. No, the rules that I want to really, I'm going to tell you what they are, and if anybody like treads on them, I'm not going to educate people during stream. I'm just going to like remove your message, or a mod will do it. Like I really don't want to like pause the video like every 10 minutes and be like, hey, don't do that. Hey, don't do that. But like, you don't need to like name call people excessively, right? Like and I also like, you don't need to talk about somebody's physical appearance just because they're the bad guy. You know, like, don't do that, because it's, you know, if you make fun of somebody because of XYZ, somebody else who's not shitty who has XYZ is just gonna like take a stray. Please don't sexualize anybody, even if they're the bad guy. I see this sometimes where like misogyny like comes out of some of you in the weirdest way when we do true crime. And I just will like see it and be like, why, because all of a sudden we're watching like, because they're a cop or because they're the bad guy. It's like, if you say something like misogynistic about a female cop, like, I don't think you understand that like, you're not doing what you think you're doing. Yeah, I could fix her. She's hot though. She's into it though. I see that one a lot where like people will say like, oh, but I bet she's into him though. But weird. Also like don't diagnose people. I have bipolar, and like every fucking time we do these streams, somebody will say somebody's being manic, and it makes me so annoyed. It makes me so pissed off. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Like, oh, I think they're having a manic episode. You know what? I have been in a manic episode and I haven't killed anybody. So yeah, they must have ADHD. They must have schizophrenia. Great. Go diagnose them in person then. Also, this is a big one for me, and this is kind of a weird one. This happened last time. Like, if we're watching a video and it's a little bit like too much, that's totally fine and you're valid for that. Like, there's nothing wrong with not wanting to watch true crime. Like, but like announcing it, like I can't handle this, I have to leave, kind of makes me feel the same as if you said like, I'm really bored, I'm gonna leave. Because what happens is I immediately feel like I'm showing something that's just like traumatizing and horrible, and I should shut it down and move on. Like I immediately am not having fun. Like, I'm immediately not having fun when I see that. So like, if you are like, nah, this isn't really my bag today, and you want to dip, like, that's totally fine. Totally got it. I try to not show the like really, really bad ones. But every once in a while, like I said, I can't proof every single video. And like, if somebody's just like, this is too much, I have to leave. I don't want to do this anymore. It makes me feel like shit. So those are kind of the big ones that I have thought of. And if I see anything that makes, like if I see any like distasteful behavior, which like 99% of everybody is usually fine, but I don't want to like be like, don't do that. I'm just gonna like delete the comment, and then like, you probably won't even be timed out. I'll just delete it and you can reflect on why. And if you ask why, I don't know. You know, this is for the mic duct tape fun. It like, I need to just fix, like there's so many things I can do to like get the mic stand situation fixed. I just haven't done any of them because I like don't think about it. It's like when I'm not live, my mic is like out of sight for me, therefore it doesn't exist. And then the second I go live, I go, oh yeah, I gotta figure that out, you know? The object permanence is like so for real. So for real. Can we get exclamation point doc crime? What would exclamation point doc crime do? If you have an opinion, don't. Yeah. I didn't notice the tape until like 2 minutes ago. I have a Sharpie. I could Sharpie it. Why did you tape your mic? There's a small plastic piece that crumbled on my mic, and I have another mic arm, but there's a piece on that mic arm that doesn't adapt to this mic. So I have two mics that have one piece each that don't exist. So I have to get the new piece for my new mic, but it is hard to order just like the adapter, so I just have to do it. The reality is this is not an issue. I need to do it. I just need to actively do it, but I get like paralysis of doing things sometimes where I'll just be like, Ever called you girl Germa? People have called me, people call me Germa in some circles, for sure. They exist. Don't fact check. Yeah. People are saying this all over the place. Actually, people are calling Germa the boy sandwich. Is actually what's happening. Also, Bihar, thank you for the resub. Thank you. And the LeBron of Twitch. Yeah, people are saying this. Mischief, thank you.
Can
Thank
you
you.
find the exit?
There is no exit.
I guess he'll stay sandwich love.
There is none. You're more of a lesbian Ludwig. Yeah, somebody said that last stream too, and I still don't really fully know what that means either. Herma. For Herma. Yeah. Ludwig is the lesbian Ludwig. Ludwig steals valor from gay men. Guys, I just drive a Subaru, okay? Come on. Jones, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Lonnie
Still
done the
Wilson.
sandwich.
I changed it for a little bit and then I changed it back. Ludwig is the trans Ludwig, Prezzo says. Ah, true. And Prezzo's never lied before. So, I mean, you can trust pretty much anything he says. Famously known for always having clothes on, having sex with women, and telling the truth. So, nothing but respect for my truth streamer. Okay. Also, I put this on my list of videos to watch. Just simply for one fact and one fact only. And I sent this to Purple Cliff. The thumbnail of this guy wearing the Purple Cliff merch I sent it to him. I said, yo, merch. He hasn't replied yet. And I probably won't, to be honest with you. I have this exact same sweatshirt in the other room. Like, it's one of my favorite sweatshirts. A true heartbreaker there. All right, where is this? Okay. So this is a Daily Dose video. It's just little clips. It's just little clips, but I really want to watch it because I was locked in when I first started. You should put it on and commit a crime. It's a great sweatshirt. I shan't soil it with crime. That's my other sweatshirts. Not that sweatshirt. It's a good one. My only beef with it is the hood is big, and so my hair, I get like the worst knots in my hair when I wear it.
These are the craziest police encounters ever. A police officer arrested this guy for driving under the influence.
What is that?
1.8.
What does that mean?
Means you were higher than twice the legal limit.
Twice in legal minute?
This is terrifying. He's fine, by the way. But
This cop was
Jesus
texting and driving
Christ.
when he ran into someone who was jumping the curb.
this video, so I watched this one, and look at the cop's face as soon as he does this, because you can tell he immediately goes, oh no, I think I just lost my job.
Single attempt.
Like, you can see on his face, like he's like fuck. Like, damn. Honestly, kind of a good parking job there. Insane.
Someone was arrested and placed in the front seat of a police car. When the officers were busy talking, she took off with the car.
What is she doing?
No way.
David 136, suspect just stole my vehicle.
They were able to eventually
Like
catch.
immediately just so sad. Like
Of milk taped to it. He looked at the security footage and saw that a police officer put it there.
what?
I'll be able to get the 303 references call still, guys.
The police department released a statement saying that the officer was simply returning the bag of milk to who they believed was the owner.
Wait, so we're not gonna go. Wait, hold on. I have to go back and read. Hold on, I have to read this. Hey folks, we wanted to take a minute to clear the air. We've gotten a few questions from our local media partners today, which we've answered, but we wanted to come to our social media page to clear things up. One of our officers was called to the 5200 block of Bangor Avenue yesterday at 7:37 p.m. for a check subject call. The officer spoke with the caller, who told him someone specific left a bag with a opaque white liquid that appeared to be milk on their door and just wanted the officer to return it to what they believed was the correct apartment. So our officer did just that. Although the officer thought he was doing a good deed based off the video footage captured, we recognize that this was not the best course of action. No, we need more. Like, we need more than that. You can't just say that.
Yeah.
Man Is he doing anything illegal?
This cop pulled over his boss that was going 96 miles per hour in a 35 zone.
I just clocked this up at 96 in a 35.
Oh, I've seen this whole video.
He then proceeded to give him a ticket.
Yeah, it
The
was like
police
the
were trying to
captain.
catch some suspects that ran away into a forest. So this officer pretended that he had a canine unit ready to go.
Don't make us release our canine.
The strategy actually worked. After a few minutes, the suspects gave up and turned themselves in. Police officers pulled over a man that was driving under the influence. They noticed something moving in the trunk and told him to open it up.
Girl. Oh, yeah. Okay. Huh.
They were making fun of her because her uniform was too small.
They couldn't find any smaller gear for you?
No, her uniform was too big.
You barely fit in that.
Let her go
A police officer
home.
told their dog to attack the suspect, but the dog was a little confused because they couldn't find anyone threatening.
Put your hands up back of your head now. Right now. Fora. Fora. Hey, Rocco, here.
Oh, no.
A police officer walked in right when a
The police dog said, I ain't seen nothing. I'm not
robbery
snitching."
was happening. The suspect obviously was caught and was sent to jail. Her canine unit thought it would be a good idea to jump off this bridge.
Rocco! Rocco! Was that also Rocco?
This driver got a police officer to race him.
Oh my god. He wants a race.
Someone was driving when they hit a bobcat with their car. The bobcat was somehow completely unharmed, but was stuck inside the front of the car.
What? How does that even happen?
These police officers were gathering information about this woman's car that was recently stolen.
That's my car. That is? That was my car. Wow. Are you kidding me? Yeah.
Oh, they just did a loop back around. Oh, it's so embarrassing.
Officer, arrest me! Now! Arrest me, officer!
A police officer pulled over this other police officer for speeding.
What? I am going into work, my man. Why are you trying to pull me over as I'm going into work?
Because you're going 80 and a 45.
I am going into work.
Okay, where are you going?
What does it look like I am dressed for?
What
does it look like I am dressed for?
My name is Deputy Hilton, and they see your driver's license.
No.
Okay.
The police officer was charged with resisting an officer, reckless driving, and eluding law enforcement. The police officer
What
then
if they
later
tried to like arrest each other? Like the first officer tried to arrest that guy for speeding and resisting, and then this guy tried to arrest the other guy for like assaulting an officer, and so they both arrested each other in handcuffs, but their arms were like linked, you know? So it's like they're attached, and then they have to defy the forces to try to get back to the police station, but they can't drive, so they have to walk. We need backup, but then the other guys try to arrest them, and then they fall in love. I don't know. Let me know. Bad creation. We've got a lot of your subs today. What the heck? Thank you. Yeah. The blue line is so thin. Well, it's not a line anymore. It's one of these. One time I was drunk downtown and a cop was being a dick to me, and I saw him hours later from behind, and I jumped on his back as a joke, and I'm lucky I'm white and small because that's, you know what? That's crazy. I kind of believe it because you have this kind of wild card energy. Great story. I would love to hear it in its entirety eventually. That's crazy. Like you just jumped on his back? Like you were like, were you like trying to be like funny? Like you're like, haha, piggyback ride? Or were you like gonna just, what did they do? Yes, I was like 22. What did they do? Did he arrest you, or did he, I was like, remember me? Remember me? Chicken jockey. Did he like, he was so taken aback, he just let me walk off. He was just like, oh, wow, that's crazy. Honestly, respect. I feel like you might have some like pretty wild card stories. Am I wrong or am I not wrong? Like, just like, I feel like if we did like campfire story night, like you'd have some wild cards. Unfortunately, you're right on target. Let's fucking go.
Later turned himself in to be arrested and was fired. They couldn't believe it when they saw a police officer pop a wheelie. These cops pulled him over under the suspicion that he was driving while intoxicated, so he started juggling to prove that he wasn't.
Ain't no way. I feel like I would like, if you're a cop, do you say, yeah, you're probably sober? Or does anybody know how to juggle? Like, can you juggle drunk? Could a drunk person do this? What if he's better drunk? He's like, no, I juggle better when I'm drunk, I promise. Juggling is not standard sobriety test. Huh. I think I could do the worm if I was drunk. You know what's crazy? When I first started streaming, I would do the worm because it was funny. I don't think that I could do the worm now. I think I would hurt myself. No, I like in the 5 years that I've been a streamer, I've gone from I could do the worm to absolutely I can't. Like randomly. Yeah, I mean like I just would do it like on stream because it was funny. And now it's like absolutely not. There's clips of you doing the worm with no music. Yeah. I have a clip of you yelling, laying on the ground after doing a worm. Yeah. No, what I'm saying is that I can't do the worm now. Anymore. It hurts.
Relax when they suddenly realized that they were at the wrong house.
Hello? Hello? What are you doing?
We're here to finalize the eviction.
What eviction?
It was posted a week ago. It was posted last.
You know, it's really, I think that we should advocate for cops to have stronger belts because they have so many weapons on their belts that they have to hold their pants up. Like, how many times have you seen an officer not, like, they physically have to hold their pants up because all of their weapons are so heavy?
I am caught up on my bills. Nobody has served me an eviction notice.
Hey, we do apologize. We have the wrong house. It's the next door neighbors.
He decided that swimming away from the police was the best option.
Can you sue for that? Genuinely speaking, can you sue for that? Like, could you, like, what could you do? What is like the, like, distress? Probably not. Damn it. Yeah, crazy pause. Emotional distress. Silly salmon.
This guy put a bag of donuts on a fishing pole in front of these cops.
Chocolate.
This guy was enjoying his morning coffee when this happened on his front lawn. A man was taken to court for a sentencing of his crimes when he suddenly sprinted and made an escape.
Oh, he going. Oh, no!
This family's house was on fire, and they had basically no sense of urgency, and the police officer was getting frustrated.
You need to get out! I'm gonna break the window. Watch out! You gotta get out! I can't let you get hurt. Oh, just do it. What? We gotta get you out of here, buddy. Why? What for? Because the house is on fire, man.
Is there a whole video of that one? Can anybody? I want to watch the whole entirety of that one. There is. Is it like? It's an oldie. I've never seen that. It's such a slow, dramatic fall.
The police came to stop these protesters, but they got stuck in the mud. The mud appeared to have no effect on the wizard whatsoever.
Oh, the wizard's got him though. Yeah, sure.
These police officers were looking for a fugitive on the run, but lost him somewhere in the neighborhood. They asked one of the homeowners through their doorbell camera if they know where he went.
See if your camera picked up any motion.
He's in my trash can.
What?
He's in my dumpster in my
Where's that at?
backyard. He's in my trash can by my garage.
Get out!
No way.
This police officer grabbed some random child's bicycle to try and chase down a suspect.
Did you see a guy on a scooter?
Nope.
Yeah, you thought we were gonna catch you, were we, huh?
No, you're not.
The police couldn't get this guy that was in a wheelchair to pull over.
I mean, what do you do?
Well,
I don't know.
The police
like,
were sitting there waiting for this guy that was trying to sneak out of this bank.
Yeah. Oh no.
Get out. Get out.
Excuse me. Is that okay to pet?
A very concerned neighbor called the police because they thought there was a dead body in this woman's car.
Oh, I've
So
seen
we got a
this.
call. Somebody's concerned. Are you like a hairstylist?
No.
So there's like hair hanging out of your tongue.
Oh my Jesus.
Someone's
Oh,
like.
that's my wig. Oh, hold on. That's my wig. Hold on. Oh.
Oh
This
my
guy was
God.
just released from prison, but his family asked some police officers to pretend that he was getting arrested again.
Yes, my guy. Hello. How you doing? Oh.
This, you know what this door reminds me of? This door reminds me of like in Lord of the Rings when they go to like the prancing pony or whatever it is. It's just like a door that opens up in like the side of like a giant like wooden wall.
This police officer did not
Crazy.
like how fast this biker was going. The
So he didn't
suspect
pull
was
him over,
running
he
from
just
police
flipped
when
him
these
off?
cows tracked him down.
So he's in a field. He's actually being chased by some cows at the moment.
The cows actually pushed the suspect towards the police where he was arrested.
Yeah, if you walk up that track.
He's
I'll tell you
leading
when you're
them.
there. Thank you,
Wait, so the cows are narcs.
This guy found a tactical way to escape from the police. This police officer tried to stop a crocodile with a towel.
Holy shit.
These police officers received a call that there was a home intruder in their house.
Police, let me see your hand. That's a deer. It's a deer. It's a deer.
Oh my God.
There we go.
She had a crush on this police officer.
Officer Pavlakis, I want to thank you for your service and thank you for pulling me over, okay? Thank anytime. Okay, you can pull me over again.
The police were looking for a suspect and last saw him running towards his house.
Yeah, girl. Girl. Oh no. Hey. Okay. God,
This
so
cop was getting
terrifying.
bullied by some turkeys.
Get out of the road.
Oh, that's their road.
I think I'll be okay.
Yeah, wait. The turkeys are based.
These cops went to go save this horse from a fire, but the issue was that this horse refused to move.
Come on, boy. Out. Let's go.
He's the same as those other guys in that video.
Boy. Come
It's
on.
like, nah.
Come on, Christian. Oh, come on.
Nah.
Come on, Christian. Help us pull. Help us. Help us pull. Come on.
Jesus.
The police arrested this guy, and when they checked his pants, they saw
this
that
is actually one of the videos I saved for today. It's a guy that escapes with a bunch of gerbils.
it was filled with hamsters.
Animal abuse.
No gerbils were harmed.
What the heck?
His pants were full of gerbils.
Multiple gerbils. Multiple gerbils recovered.
This police officer agreed to let a magic 8-ball decide whether the driver gets a ticket or not.
Outlook good.
Oh!
That you're gonna get a ticket? No, I won't get a ticket. There you go.
A group of snowplow drivers worked together to stop a suspect that the police were chasing.
And we are on a roadblock with 3 plows. They got I-70 shut down.
No way.
They thought it was a good
Crazy
idea
luck.
to overtake a police car that was going too slow.
Go.
Shut
up. Over 60.
I mean, you're allowed to pass a police car, right? Like, you just
I hope he pulls you over.
shouldn't.
No, he's pulling you over. Why?
Like, what? Like, you can, right? Like, you can, because you can pass people. Like, I wouldn't. Like, I wouldn't, but like, you know what I see all the time in LA? And I don't even know why this is like a thing. Cops that are behind cars that are going too slow and they turn their lights on and the car will start to like pull over and then they go past them. You know, like they use their lights to basically get people to pull out of the lane they're in rather than going around people. Like, that shit makes me so mad because it's like, turn your lights on if you have somewhere to be or drive with everybody else. You know what I mean? They're not really supposed to do that. They do it all the time in LA. All the time in LA. Can't pass when it's a solid yellow line. Yeah, when it's 2 solid yellows. A lot of people act like idiots with the cop directly behind them. I'm kind of okay with that. I immediately forget every law about the roads. I forget which side I'm supposed to drive on. I forget what all the buttons in my cars do. Like, every time I am next to a police car, I immediately don't know the rules of the road anymore, and I'm afraid that I'm going to break one. I don't know. Like, I just immediately, like, my mind goes blank, and I'm like, I don't even know what to do. This is a 4-way intersection, but what if it's not? What if all of a sudden it's not? And I don't know. I don't remember the rules of a 4-way intersection. What do I do here? I get so anxious.
The police were raiding his home, so this guy asked to help out.
Y'all need some help?
This officer saved this guy that was sleeping on a bridge.
Oh my goodness.
Someone
Wild.
randomly pepper sprayed this guy for no reason and ran away, so he called the police. He then asked the police to record a video for his boss, explaining why he is late for work.
The cop's gonna explain what happened, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to come into work.
Keevan here was pepper sprayed early this morning.
Like, okay, bro, I'm gonna need you to go to the costume store. I'm gonna need you to find the best cop outfit you could possibly find. I'll pay you back. I don't care how much. I'm gonna need you to come over. You're gonna have to pepper spray me in the face, and then we're gonna have to make a video. I need to get out of work. I do not want to go into work today.
So he might be a little late or not come in today.
Yeah.
This food delivery driver just got arrested, but this officer was still willing to deliver the food.
No, I'm not who you're expecting, but your driver got arrested for things he had to take care of. So I figured I'd complete the DoorDash for you. Take care.
Dude, Dude, my DoorDash driver can't even leave my order at the right house. Oh, yeah. The other day, I ordered food. I ordered Taco Bell. It was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and I went outside to get it, and I looked around, and couldn't see it anywhere. And so I called the person, and I said, "Oh, sorry, not DoorDash, Uber Eats." I called the person, and I was like, "Hey, where's my food?" And he was like, "Oh, it's sitting on a concrete wall." And I was like, okay. I was like, I can't find it. And he was like, "Oh, no worries. I'll just come back around." Cause first I read him my address, and he told me that it was the wrong address. Like, he had typed in the wrong address. He was like, "Oh, my bad. I typed in the wrong address." I was like, "Oh, no worries." He didn't tell me what address he had typed in though. And so he was like, "I'm still like right nearby. I'll just go get it and I'll bring it to you." And so I was like, "Okay, no worries." So I'm waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And I'm standing at the end of my like driveway, just like waiting. And he pulls up to my house and then proceeds to grab my order from the house directly across the street. Not even the house, just the concrete wall. This motherfucker drove like 5 minutes all the way back to where I was and grabbed it, walked across the street, and it's it's not a street, it's like a road, like 1-lane road, to hand it to me. And I was like, you could have told me where it was. I could have seen it where I was standing. I just didn't know it was over there. And he's like, no, it's okay, no worries. And I was like, yeah, but also, why didn't you just tell me where it was? I mean, it was nice of him. It was like, you know, when somebody does something really nice, but it was like so nice that it was like almost kind of an inconvenience, where I was like, what? You should have just told me where you delivered it, and I could have looked at that address and been like, oh, it's right there. It was crazy. Oh, shoot. Oh, wait, did it do a little slide under the car?
There was nobody on board this runaway boat, so a police officer had to jump on to stop it. This officer
He's gonna
moved his
tell everybody about that. Every high school reunion that he goes to, you know what he's showing them? That video.
That weighs over 600 pounds off the road.
I could do that. Come on, man. Use your legs. You got this.
This delivery guy was dedicated enough to deliver a package to the same
Joe Biden.
house the police were currently raiding.
Oh my god.
Amazon, hard at work.
Amazon will stop at nothing.
A police officer ran into this biker because he was texting and driving.
Oh, I've seen this too. This is so nuts. And then he's like, bro. I think he tries to blame the biker.
Are you looking at your phone, officer? I got a text from another officer.
This suspect
Got a
tried to
text
sneak
from
out of a
another
police
officer.
vehicle in Russia.
No. No narcs though.
Someone called the police because a party was too loud, so the police joined in. This police officer pulled him over because he thought
Oh,
the
I just saw
sandwich was a
this
phone.
too.
The reason for the stop is I saw your cell phone in your hand when you were driving, okay?
That was a sandwich.
I saw your phone.
My phone?
Yeah.
Oh.
It wasn't, I know what a sandwich looks like. It was your phone.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
So it was a rectangular thing. Whether it was your wallet, your phone, it looked like your phone.
Okay.
All right? So that's why I'm pulling you over.
Okay.
All good. All right?
Yep.
Crazy. Is that illegal?
Some guy thought it would be possible to run away from the police while also bringing his trailer home with him.
Oh, okay.
That is the end of this video. I really hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon.
Imagine running away with your entire house and everything. You should not get arrested for objectively funny crimes. Yeah. You know what? True. True. Are you driving or are you parked? Fair. You wouldn't steal a house. No, but it was their house, maybe, you know? It was their house.
Hey!
Oh, is this that video? Okay. I need to see this. Okay, this is the I'm assuming this is the smoke one. Eggs resonant.
Hey! Get out of your house! We gotta get you out! Hey, come on, we gotta come out!
Alright, intro. Alright, intro.
Hey, it's the sheriff's office! Is everybody out? Sheriff's office, is everybody out of the house? Sheriff's office, is everybody out of the house? Sheriff's office, is everybody out of the house? Hey! Get out of your house! We gotta get you out!
Are they just chilling?
Hey, you gotta get out of your house!
7-1-10-42.
Alright, listen, I know somebody's gonna say something about this, so I'm just going to back them up. Did I used to have an AC unit that was outside of my door, or outside of my window, like 10 years ago, that was propped up with a shower curtain rod? Yeah, I did. It looked pretty much exactly like this. I needed to put an AC unit out my window, so I did this. I had cardboard duct taped over the remaining part of the window, and then outside, I literally like took like a shower curtain rod that was all the way like closed, shoved it underneath the AC unit and then into the dirt, and it was fine for like 2 years. No worries. It was fine. Cooled the house down. So it might still be there.
24149.
Now, I will also say that same house, I got a Christmas tree, but Christmas trees are really expensive. Even in Oregon, Christmas trees are still really expensive. So I bought one that like the back side of it kind of was a little shitty. There was like one side of it was really nice. And I didn't have a Christmas tree stand. So I cut a hole in a box and I shoved the tree in the box. And then I used thumbtacks to tack the side of it that was shitty to the wall, so it was like half of a Christmas tree sticking out of a cardboard box. That was my first apartment ever.
We gotta get you out of the house! 6-1, I'm probably gonna have to open a window here. There's 2 people in the house.
Sure, 61. Could you repeat your shot that goes on the third channel?
There's 2 people in the house. I'm trying to get them out. I'm gonna try to see if I can get out of a window.
Copy, sure, 61.
What's he getting? Is he gonna till the garden?
What?
You know that one like FPS game that's like Body Cam or whatever it's called? it was like the hyper realistic like shooter game. That's what it felt like when I was watching people play that game. It felt like this.
Also fire 4.
It was just not good.
4-1 connect. Possible. C. 0. Passerby is reporting. Yeah, possibly. Fire in the.
Hey!
Right to the house. There are trying to get them to exit.
Hey, come on, we gotta come out! I'm gonna break the window, okay? You gotta come out!
151.
We gotta come out a window, you can't go out that way!
I was just thinking about the radio comms, like how does anybody, they must have like their secret language like dialed in, so like what the fuck does that mean that they're saying? Like it's like so broken and just like they're just saying like numbers.
You need to get out! We gotta get you out! You can't get out that way!
You're chilling, officer.
Come on, come over here!
You're chilling.
I'm gonna break the window, watch out! You gotta get out! No! I'm breaking the window. Is that the only door? Where's the door? You gotta get out this way then. Then I gotta break the window. No, there's too much smoke over there. I have to get you out. I have to. I can't. I'm sorry. I can't let you get hurt. You gotta get out. This is so bad.
Again, they will not be paying for that window.
I can't let that happen. Black smoke is horrible. This house catches on fire, or is anybody else in here? No. Right.
That window is like on its way out, though. Jesus.
Sorry, but
holy
this
heck.
is horrible.
Where's my dog?
Get your dog and come on out.
Okay.
You're just wait.
I'm gonna help you.
I gotta get.
I'm gonna help you. I'm
What's
gonna
wrong
carry
with
you
his
out.
Oh, I'm
face?
sipping up, boy.
Did he
Get
get
the chair.
cut by
I'm
the
gonna
glass?
We gotta get him out
He's
of here.
like, you come in.
Dad, what happened?
The house is on fire on this side. You gotta get him out of here. Come on, come on. No,
Break this fucking thing.
I know.
How is the house on fire?
I don't know. I don't know that, but this is so bad on this side.
What happened?
Something's on fire and all the machinery on that side, right by the.
They don't have any urgency. Oh,
damn it.
Tiara,
Where's
Franke!
get the Mountain Dew.
Girls, come!
Come on.
Sorry, you just called me.
I know.
Franke, come here, baby.
Come on.
Shane, get out. Shane, get out. Go, come.
Come on.
Pick her up. Give her to me. Come here, Franke.
Come on, we gotta go. We gotta go. We gotta go. Let's go. Look at this.
Get him out. Get him out.
Anybody else in here? Anybody else in here?
Franke!
Get this dog out of here.
Tiara, come.
Come here.
Tiara, come. Tiara!
Tiara, come here.
Tiara, baby, come here.
It's like if you're the officer, a person that this dog doesn't know, and you're like a fully grown man, like don't yell at the dog. Like the dog is not gonna be like.
We gotta get you out of here, buddy.
Wait, hold on.
Why? What for?
Because the house is on fire, man.
Oh my God.
Dad, get in my car.
I don't think this guy and that guy. I don't think he knows the fire's happening still.
Damn it, fuck, man. The fucking four-wheeler.
The house is on fire.
I don't.
Sheriff on 5-1.
Nobody else in there. No people. No
This
people.
guy's so mad. He was about to post up and watch Law and Order, and his house is burning down, and the cops are making him leave. And Wheel of Fortune was about to be on, and the fucking house is burning down, and the cops are making me leave. Thank you for the year. A lot of birthday subs. Nice.
I copied everyone is out of the house and there's heavy black smoke.
Thank you. Thank you for the year.
Probably gotta back this out of here. Yeah, move it down there. Get it out of here.
Can I have those sodas back?
If there is a state trooper responding, can you re-identify yourself?
That's pretty much it. Yeah, they did get the best of that clip. In the thing. Holy moly. Holy moly. Has it been 1 year since the Nothing stream? I don't think so. I don't think so. I saw a girl who was sucking on what appeared to be a pipe bomb. I was like, hey, what the fuck is that? Apparently it was a portable electric hookah. Girl looked like she was smoking an IED the size of a Jesus candle. Imagine being at the club and whipping out a hookah that looks like something Al Qaeda would bury the road to blow up on bees. There are a lot of like vapes and like other devices that I genuinely will see and be like, that thing has so many like buttons and lights on it. Like I have no idea what that is at all. Incredible. Okay. All right, what is one of the ones that I wanted to watch today? Thank you. Thank you for the primer.
I don't have enough money to pay for a sub myself.
Question.
But I can make
Did we
better
ever
use
watch
paying
this one? Now don't go based on the title because we've watched like 16 different videos with this title. I want to watch the video that Han sent too. But did we ever watch this one? Because I watched this one and it was good, and I'm wondering if we watched it on stream or not. Don't go off of the title. It's about the lady who she calls from in a boat and says that her husband had a stroke and fell out of the boat, and they go and they save her, and then they start looking into that. Did we watch this one on stream? I remember that. Oh, we did. We watched it on stream. Okay. Because I was going through and I saw it and I was like, that one was so good, but I can't remember if I watched it when I can't remember if I watched it with you guys or just on my own time. It was good. Yeah, that one is a good one. I think that one's the prime example of like what I kind of look for, where it's like it's got a little twist to it. It doesn't have anything that's like, it's all disturbing, but it doesn't, you know what I mean? Like the really hefty stuff. It's got like, those are like, that's kind of a prime example of like the ones that I really like. Yeah, we can watch the one that Han sent for sure. And then I have a couple other ones that I pulled, but none of them are really that great. I really need to like find somebody to do this for me. Yeah, that was a good one. Okay. We are gonna watch this video. It's the rise and fall of YouTube mom Ruby Frank. This is kind of like a hefty one. It's about a family vlogger. Trigger warning, child abuse. And then, I mean, just, you know, she's basically like utilizing her kids for like vlogging content and stuff. Yeah, it's a crazy case. Yeah, this one's, I watched the Hulu doc on it though. I recommend one. It's different format than the one we watch usually, but it has a good twist. Just now or like before? Oh. Okay, cool. We can watch that one next for sure. It's on a crime channel too. Yeah. I used to watch her videos. Always thought she was off her rocker. Yeah, let's watch this one.
Hurts me just as much as it hurts my kids.
A mom of 6, famous for her online parenting advice, has a sudden and swift fall from grace.
Online who hate me, who would like to cancel me, who would like to see me either burn in hell, as I have told, or disappear off the face of the earth. And I'm not going anywhere.
The nation was captivated by the alarming allegations against Ruby Franke and her business partner as both women sat behind bars.
Anytime you go into battle, you need to know the enemy.
But this battle ended with a guilty plea and an admission to heinous crimes against her own children.
With my deepest regret and sorrow for my family and my children, guilty.
We're taking a deep dive into the rise and fall of Ruby Franke, from internet sensation to convicted child abuser. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. It has been a whirlwind case. If you didn't know the name Ruby Franke before August 2023, you certainly do now. She was thrust into the spotlight in a big way, and for all the wrong reasons. Because in August of 2023, that is when she and her business partner, Jody Hildebrand, were both arrested out in Utah on charges of aggravated child abuse of Ruby's own children. But her story starts long before then, so let's do a deep dive into everything we know. Ruby met Kevin Franke, and the two got married and had their first child in 2003. Kevin had worked as a civil engineering professor at Brigham Young University before reportedly leaving to start his own company. Kevin had graduated from Utah State University for undergrad, then University of Washington for his graduate degree, and then eventually a doctorate from Brigham Young University in civil engineering. We now know from court documents that Ruby finished high school but didn't attend college. Kevin and Ruby were members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They lived in Utah. They had 6 children together: Shari, Chad, Abby, Julie, Russell, and Eve. But now in 2015, Ruby and Kevin started the popular 8 Passengers channel on YouTube. And when I say popular, this thing was a hit. It had over 2 million subscribers, a channel that documented the lives of the Franke family.
I've never once forgotten to vlog. Like, it's like forgetting to eat or forgetting to breathe. For me, like picking up the camera and vlogging, it's like I would never forget to do that.
While Kevin sometimes participated in the videos, Ruby was really
like imagine like your mom just all the time like recording every everything, and that's how it was for them. Is it was just like every possible moment, every interaction. And there's, I don't know if they'll show it, they might show it, but there's a video where she's trying to record her son and she's like getting upset with him because he's not acting happy enough. And he's like, oh, I'm just not really like happy right now. And she's like really pissed off that he's not bantering with her on vlog. Like, I don't know how they were able to get the outtakes that they put in the documentary that I watched, but like her like yelling at them behind the camera for like not being happy enough, not being like entertaining enough, you know? Yeah, she says fake being happy then, and he's like, okay.
The star of it, giving out advice on things like childcare, parenting, family dynamics, and religion.
I just felt the spirit tell me everything's gonna work out okay. And then I had the thought, you need to share this too on your video. You need to let your viewers know that everything's gonna be okay for them too.
Her videos tended to be positive and upbeat, with the occasional references to the drama and conflict that all families tend to go through.
There is no such thing as a family, a home, that is free of dysfunction. Every family has some level, somewhere, dysfunction. Doesn't mean you have to accept it, and don't accept it if it's abusive. But you know what? If it's surface level, I try to overlook it.
However, in the last several years, fellow YouTubers and viewers have called out Ruby Franke for very concerning things they noticed in her videos. For example, Ruby posted about her youngest daughter, Eve, who was 6 at the time of this video, apparently forgetting to pack her lunch for school, but Ruby didn't seem too concerned about it.
I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch, and it would ease her discomfort if I came to the school with a lunch. But
my kids' teachers are a little bit uncomfortable that I'm not sending them to school with food to eat. So it seems like they would be happy if I sent my kids to school with food to eat.
Responded and just said Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me
She's
she
like
did
6.
pack a lunch. So
My
the
mom
natural
packed- Listen, my mom packed my lunch to school until I was like, I think it was like my senior year of high school. Like,
outcome is she's just going to need
every
to be
day.
hungry.
Now, Ruby knew that some of her videos were
6?
starting to get
My ass is
blowback,
still
so
not
she
packing my
responded.
Online who hate me, who would like to cancel me, who would like
Kids
to
hunt
see
their
me
food.
Either burn in hell, as I have told, or disappear off the face of the earth. And I'm not going anywhere.
One of the early signs of trouble that even prompted a report to Child Protective Services came after a video that Ruby posted, and it was centered on her eldest son, Chad. Now, to give you a little bit of background here, then 15-year-old Chad was sent from Utah to a camp in Arizona called Anasazi. It's a weeks-long wilderness camp for troubled teens. Well, when he got back, he apparently played some pranks on his younger brother, Russell, whom he shared a bedroom with. Take a listen to what Chad...
Why do you want me to stop what I'm doing entirely to call Caroline? What are we doing here? You want me to stop what I'm doing entirely to call Caroline to console her while she's live because you sent a clip? What are we doing? What are we doing?
and
Come
Mom
on, man.
Ruby had to say in a
Oh,
video
my
that
mom,
she
she's
posted
crying.
and eventually took down.
In our house, when we take something away, it's because they have shown that they are not responsible enough to manage it. And so we don't just turn around and give it back as soon as they start acting good.
I should be consistent.
Yeah,
It has to be
Caroline's
consistent
fine.
over
She's
a minimum
more capable than me.
minimum of 6 months.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October, and they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago. Oh, I'll give you the reason why I lost my bedroom. I think so. I think it's
The fact that this happened is horrible. The fact that she, because I don't know if she had an editor. I kind of think that she didn't. I don't think she. I don't know. Maybe she did have an editor, but like the fact that this was greenlit to get post on the channel, where like she didn't think, like she was like, oh, I don't think our viewers know that it's not live. Like, you know, like it's bizarre that she was like, oh yeah, but yeah, she was punishing him for like behavior, so she took away his bedroom. She made him sleep on a beanbag chair in the living room for like months.
At least this is the reason that's been in my head. It's pretty funny, but now that I look back, I mean, it's pretty depressing.
No, we never told our viewers.
That I woke Russell up at 2 in the morning and told him that we're going to Disneyland and he has to pack. And he got up and made his bed all neatly and then packed all his clothes in a suitcase. And then he walked out the door and I'm like, Russell, he was like, what? And he's all happy. Has his sunglasses on. And I was like, we're not going to Disneyland. And he started crying and hitting me. And then he went back to bed in tears. And then...
So that was not the reason you lost your room, but that was
Well, the other reason is because I pointed a BB gun at his face.
pointed a BB gun at his face and hung him on the basketball.
Like this whole interaction is so weird. It's like this whole thing is so weird, but then like she posted it.
Basically,
Like you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got home too.
Chad came home from Anasazi and
Russell was like, I want to try dunking the basketball, and I lifted him up on the rim. And left him there for like 3 minutes, and he was just hanging on there.
Do you think it's funny? Because
And then I walk out.
if you think it's funny, then that was 7 months ago. Maybe you need longer without a bedroom.
So crazy.
Chad showed that he was not able to manage himself sharing a bedroom with Russell.
So when we moved, the bigger room in the basement was automatically his, and I didn't have a room.
But what you guys didn't know was Chad didn't get any room. He didn't get anything. He was sleeping on the floor in the family room. It hurts me just as much as it hurts my kids.
So with all this going on, almost 20,000 people signed a change.org petition urging an investigation into the Frankes. Child Protective Services was called. It was reported that the Division of Child and Family Services in Utah visited the home, took a look around, spoke with all the children, but the case was closed because apparently there was not enough evidence to show abuse. Ruby responded to that backlash as well.
However, listening to all of your comments and your feedback, I think I understand where some people are coming from. They're like, oh, abusive parents don't give their kids beds. And I totally agree with that. I know there are lots of children out there whose parents are neglectful. We got accused of child abuse when we sent Chad to Anasazi. Guess what? The first thing that they did was take a bed away. They don't have beds.
That doesn't make it
Chad slept on the hard ground for months, and it's run by psychologists and therapists. And if not having a bed was psychologically damaging, then they wouldn't have suggested that.
By the way, Ruby actually claimed in an interview with The Wrap that when these Child Protective Services workers showed up to her home, they asked her for parenting advice before leaving. Ruby also said in an interview with Quick Media in 2022, quote, "I was slapped upside the face with shock that people didn't like responsibility. I went overnight nearly from being this loved YouTube mom to being called a neglectful, abusive mom. I was shocked." Now, eventually, Ruby starts posting less and less content to the 8 Passengers page. It's eventually shut down and removed from YouTube.
I was so shocked that when I stopped letting my kids sleep in beds and I showed America that I was abusing my kids, that they didn't like me.
An exact reason.
Can't believe they don't
really
like
given.
me anymore.
But around that same time, Ruby began working alongside a Utah
lady's a piece of
health
work.
counselor, therapist, and fellow Mormon Jody Hildebrand. Now, Jody was part of a life coaching and self-improvement business called Connections Classroom.
Welcome to Connections. I'm Jody Hildebrand. So glad you're with us.
So Jody was a licensed mental health counselor, and at the time of this recording, Ruby is still listed on the Connections website as a, quote, certified mental fitness trainer, although it seems that Jody has been scrubbed from the site. In 2012, though, the Department of Commerce's Division of Occupational and Professional Licensing put Hildebrand's license on probation for 18 months for, quote, unprofessional conduct. What was the unprofessional conduct? Well, she was accused of discussing the private, sensitive information of a patient with Mormon church leaders and Brigham Young University without the patient's permission. But after that probationary period, her license was apparently reinstated.
And I've shared with Ruby numerous times that anger is actually one of my most favorite emotions.
Oh.
When I first started getting to know you, she's like, anger is my favorite emotion. I'm like,
oh, wow.
I don't know what I'm dealing with here.
Ruby and Jody uploaded dozens and dozens of videos to social media under both the Connections name and Moms of Truth.
Anytime you think, I want, fill in the blank, I don't care what it is, that is not love. Mm-hmm. Love is a gift that you offer because you have generated it inside yourself. And how do you generate love? Well, the only way to generate love is you use your agency to choose principles of truth.
And at one point, Ruby let viewers know why she wasn't posting family videos anymore.
I have been full-time.
Yeah, there was there's no proof of it. It's speculation. There's an interview with the daughter where they asked the daughter if she thought that they were romantically involved, and the daughter was like, I never saw it, but she basically was like, I wouldn't be shocked, and I kind of thought maybe, but I didn't see it, and I didn't see any proof of it, so I'm not gonna say that something that I don't know.
Wonder where I've been on my vlogs. You wonder why I left YouTube? It's to save my kids. No amount of money. And I'm telling you, I was making millions. And I left it because my kids were being hurt. With entitlement, they were being hurt
with people's advice, and they didn't have a mother up the front saying, I don't care what the world's opinion is. This is the truth, and this is where I stand.
Her whole thing is like she doesn't ever take accountability that she's hurting her children. Her kids develop some like attitude, and she, rather than being like, oh, I am XYZ, so my kids are responding like XYZ, she has this obsession that her kids are just horribly misbehaved and she needs to fix them for their sake, you know? So it's kind of like, I didn't do anything wrong, my kids are just all becoming terrible, and I love them so much that I'm gonna stop vlogging so I can help fix them, you know, that kind of thing. It's kind of like, I'm poking my kids with a hot what do you call it, prodding iron, and they're screaming and I don't understand why they're screaming, and I have to stop vlogging so I can try to tell them to like calm down and, you know, be quiet. And so then this other lady comes in and kind of like validates what she's thinking, and so that's why she like kicks the husband and stuff out, because she thinks that the husband is like contributing to stopping her. And then eventually it rolls into her thinking it's the devil. Like that's, I mean, it takes the path that you would assume is she thinks
Kevin
that
Franke
it's
also
demons.
played a role too. He participated in these virtual group therapy sessions with Ruby, focusing on topics like children, religion, sex, marriage.
If you're married, you have a commitment between the two of you. You have made promises to each other, and you have made promises to God.
Now let's just take a second here.
Whoever's
We're going to
editing
get back
that
into
whoosh
this,
noise
but you know
needs
how much
to
cases like this one
stop
emphasize how scary the world can be, how unsafe it can be. That's why I want to talk to you about our sponsor of this video, Morgan & Morgan. They have areas to ask questions because on your three people don't have the back thing storing on your phone. All right, let's get back into the Ruby Franke saga. Okay, so now you have the backstory, you have all the players. Let's go to August 2023, when everything changes. August 28th, the Connections Facebook page shared its last post, and just days later, two of the company's most prominent leaders would be behind bars and charged with child abuse. On August 30th, 2023, a neighbor of Jody Hildebrandt's in Ivins, Utah, called police.
This is so fucked up.
I'm on the address of your emergency.
Crazy
Tell me
house.
exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. This kid has obviously been, I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
It is such a difficult call. You can really hear just how painful it is for this caller to see what he's seeing. Ruby's youngest son, 12-year-old Russell, had apparently escaped from Jody's home and took off looking for someone to help him.
We know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated, he's got tape around his legs, he's hungry, and he's thirsty.
I don't think they're gonna show the footage. The video, this guy that just called in has like a Ring camera, and the little kid, he like walks up to the door and he like rings the doorbell, and the guy comes out and he's like, "What's up?" And he says like, "Can you call the police for me?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "Oh, it's my own business." Like the kid like doesn't wanna. He's pretty calm, and he's just kind of like. He's not like hysterical. He's like very calm, and he's just like, it's my own business. Like, could you just call the police? And then the older guy like kind of is like, okay, what's going on? And then he like comes outside and looks, and he's like, oh shit, yeah. Yeah, he's very polite. It's very interesting. He's like very polite. He's not like freaked out. He's just kind of like, don't ask me too many questions. I just need your phone. Like, can you call the police for me?
Responders rushed to the house.
Female does have duct tape around each ankle. He's not telling the RP why. And said that there's sores around his wrists and ankles. The RP is becoming emotional regarding the child's health.
According to police records, Russell appeared to be emaciated, abnormally thin, weak. Officers then find Russell's sister, originally reported as 10-year-old Eve, in a very similar malnourished condition. The brother and sister were taken to a hospital, and Jody and Ruby were arrested. Now, while the kids were found at Jody's home in Ivins, the Franke family home was actually in Springville, Utah, around 250 miles away. After the kids are found in Ivins, Springville police then barge into the Franke house.
Police department!
So Springville police, they went to the home to make sure that none of the Franke children were there. According to them, the home was empty, but authorities did end up tracking down Ruby's 2 middle daughters at the home of another Connections employee, this time in American Fork, Utah, and body cam footage shows law enforcement questioning that woman.
Is Ruby Franke's daughter.
Okay.
She's a friend of ours. She comes over and helps me every once in a while to do cleaning and stuff.
Pam knows her because she knows her mom. She's very good friends with her, has known her for a long, long time.
How did you start to know the family? How did you guys meet?
The Franke family?
Yeah.
Through a program called Connections. It's a kind of a life skills type thing.
These middle children were also taken into state custody and handed over to the Utah Division of Child and Family Services. By the way, the eldest children, if you're wondering about them, Shari and Chad, they're both 18 now. By the way, speaking of Shari, when Ruby and Jody were both arrested, when it was publicly announced, Shari posted a photo of the police on her Instagram story with the caption, "Finally." She then posted another message on Instagram writing, quote, "Today has been a big day. Me and my family are so glad justice is being served. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this, and so glad they finally decided to step up." On September 1st, the Washington County Attorney's Office charged each woman with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse. Now keep this in mind, each charge is a second-degree felony under Utah law and carries a 1 to 15-year prison term. And the charges range from physical injuries constituting torture, starvation, to conduct that results in severe emotional harm. We're going to get into all of that in a bit. But both Franke and Hildebrandt, they were ordered to be held without bail. So to recap, Ruby and Jody, they're both in jail. The minor age children are in state custody. But you might be saying, well, wait a second, what about Kevin Franke, right? The father and husband. Where's he been this whole time?
Well, Kevin very much loved his children and loved his wife and had a strong bond, an exceptionally strong bond with all of his kids. You've seen pictures of their family together. He was involved in all sorts of activities. He was a great dad.
We've spoken with Kevin's attorney, Randy Kester, several times here on Sidebar. And he says that Kevin actually hadn't seen his entire family for more than a year and had no idea that any of this was going on. According to Kester, Kevin had been living separately from Ruby, and based on my conversation with him, he seemed to allude to the fact that the parenting of the children had something to do with the rift in their marriage, among other things. But here's the kicker. Kester told us that right before Ruby was arrested, she called Kevin.
She had heard what was going on, and
again, I'm basing this on the Hulu doc that I watched. She was pulling some kind of she had put him through this Connections therapy with this therapist that she knew, and she was had kind of convinced him that he had done her super dirty in their marriage and that he needed to go away so that she could take time to decide if she wanted to continue their relationship. And so he was in the mindset of I need to give her space so that I can come home to my family. You know what I mean? So although he definitely should have this wasn't so long ago that technology wasn't a thing. He definitely should have been in contact and known what was going on, but he was he kind of thought that it was I need to go away and I need to be better, and then maybe she'll let me come home to my family kind of deal, you know?
Knew they were coming for her and called him and said, "This is an emergency," even though she hadn't reached out to him for months and months and months before that. She reached out to him when it was an emergency, knowing she could rely on him to help his kids. All he knows is he got a text from her that said, "Emergency, need to speak with you."
So the son also didn't know anything.
And text back and said, "I'm at work. What's up?" And she said, "I need to speak to you immediately."
You know what was really interesting is that Kester said that Jody Hildebrandt was the catalyst for this. According to Kester, Kevin agreed to have Jody counsel the couple, but she portrayed him as greedy and self-absorbed and that he needed to move out. Kevin apparently did all this to get his family back. Kester says Kevin wanted to stay with the family, but he and Ruby separated on the advice of Jody.
But Ruby felt like there were differences in their marriage, and at one point, in conjunction with Jody Hildebrand, it was sort of like, we have to separate to save our marriage. You know, we'll keep working on our marriage, but for now, you know, if we're gonna repair our marriage and be back together as a family, you have to be away.
Yeah, that's kind of what she was like telling him. So he thought he had to keep a distance.
Don't have contact with me unless I initiate it.
And Kester also revealed what his clients said would happen during Jody Hildebrand's group therapy sessions.
During the separation, Kevin was attending men's groups that were facilitated by Jody, and during those groups,
there was he's probably gonna say this. I'm gonna mansplain him right now, but like yeah, these groups, which are the connections group that Jody Hildebrand had, was like basically like people would put their husbands into this like connections group, and it would be like Jody solo would go in and be like, this is how you need to be better, and she would like use Kevin as like the golden boy, but then at some point she like flipped 180 and started being like, Kevin, you have to do better, like, Kevin, you're not doing enough. Like, she would use this group to like try to brainwash all these guys. It was very weird. The like whole connections group was
he
very
was being downgraded
weird.
And diminished, and told how bad he was, and that he needed to repent, and that the best way to repent was to not infect his family with his problems, and you know, so that's why you need to stay away. He wasn't the only one in those men's groups that was undergoing exactly what he was undergoing at her suggestion.
Oh, and to answer your question, the books in the background are all hollow, filled with Cheetos and other snacks.
To be clear, by the way, Kevin has not been criminally charged in this case. He hasn't been accused of any wrongdoing. And Kester says that Kevin is actively working to get back custody of his children. But what you just heard from Kevin's attorney is eerily similar to what others have said about Jody Hildebrand. You see, other people who were counseled by Hildebrand have come forward with stories of manipulation, coercion, and even torture. Which brings us to Hildebrand's niece, Jessie Hildebrand. Now, to let you know, Jessie uses the pronouns they and them. Well, after Jody's arrest, Jessie shared their story with us on Sidebar about living with their aunt for a period of time as a teenager.
Jody is, in my experience, one of the most intelligent
humans. This is the second time I've seen a neck tattoo on somebody today and gone, that looks kind of fucking cool. Like, I'm not going to get a neck tattoo, but I have seen 2 of them today that I've been like, wait, that does look kind of sick, though. I'm not going to do it. I'm too scared, and my friend Leo says it hurts too bad. But
beings I've ever come in contact with. She knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah, apparently Jessie had been living with their parents in California, but says during a family visit in Utah, they just left them there. Yeah, and they ended up living with Jody.
Jody is very smart in how she approaches her therapeutic modalities because they are so extreme. If she were just to start out with those things, everyone would recognize it and they would be shocked and it'd be like, absolutely not. But she's very subtle. She's very subtle and she's very calculated, and she's it's like a frog being boiled in water. You know, you start off with the cold water and slowly turn up the temperature, much how it was. So it started off with me at my grandparents and at Jody's on the weekend, and then it quite quickly became me living with her full time. And then I was pulled out of school, so I wasn't allowed to go to school. So I would just be with her at her office. She would put me into this little side room where I would just wait there and while she, like, up to 12 hours a day.
Jessie told us about some of the extreme punishments that they claim Jody Hildebrand viewed as therapeutic.
So she strips you of identity, she strips you of credibility, and she isolates. And so she's saying everything that you say is a lie. Everything that you say is manipulation. You're manipulating everyone around you. You're lying and destroying everyone's life. So for the sake of everyone else's safety, we're duct taping you. So I was sleeping outside in the snow. That was another thing. I wasn't allowed to have a bed. I was sleeping in what she told everyone that it was like a mummy bag, Sub-Zero type of sleeping bag. No, it was absolutely not. This was a like $20 Walmart store brand you use at sleepovers kind of sleeping bag, outside in the snow in the middle of winter in Utah. And her justification, because I ended up going to the police, her justification to the police was that she was preparing me for outdoor wilderness therapy. And this was like a kindness to me to give me one more opportunity to confess to sin.
Jesse says that after all this, they were eventually able to escape from Jody Hildebrand.
The door happened to not be locked. And there was this moment, this like very electrifying epiphany of a moment where I was like, if I don't leave now, I'm never getting out. Like, I have to save myself.
Now, I need you to keep in mind what you just heard when I explain to you in a minute what we found out about what happened to Eve and Russell Franke.
Yeah,
by the
this is
way,
pretty
while
rough,
behind
by the way.
bars, it's our understanding Jody has agreed that her license be limited, meaning she won't practice as a clinical mental health counselor until her legal case gets resolved. Now you fast forward to November 29th, and we learn that Kevin Franke officially filed for divorce from Ruby. The divorce petition is a private document, but a public injunction was also filed, laying out all these rules to prevent things like harassment between Ruby and Kevin. Randy Kester, again, Kevin's attorney, alluded to us that irreconcilable differences was the grounds for the divorce, and that once Kevin learned what had happened to his children, he decided to officially end the marriage. Now, between September and December, other than the divorce filing and learning that a speeding citation
There's
that Franke
the like very end of the Hulu doc. It's so sad because they ask him like, because the whole time they're interviewing him for the doc, and he just is so like soft when he talks about everything that happened, like in kind of like a, I know that this happened, but I feel, I don't know. They get to the end and they ask him like, do you still love her? And he's like, yeah. Like he obviously divorced her, obviously acknowledges that all these bad things happen, but like she was able to brainwash him so much that he just still is like kind of in denial a little bit that it was really like, it's like, well, maybe she'll come back to me. Like maybe she'll change, maybe it was just like the devil did this to her kind of thing,
had been dropped.
It's very bizarre.
There was very little action in the case. Very little happened. But behind the scenes, and what we didn't know, was that Ruby's legal team and prosecutors were working out a plea deal. And then we find out that there were separate waiver hearings scheduled for both Ruby and Jody. That's when a criminal defendant in Utah can waive a preliminary hearing in the case. Preliminary hearing is where the prosecutors present evidence to a judge to determine if there's sufficient probable cause to move forward in the case. Why would a defendant waive a preliminary hearing? If they decide to plead guilty. And that is what happened. On Monday, December 18th, Ruby Franke appeared in the courtroom in a jail jumpsuit, and she told the judge she was agreeing to plead guilty to 4 of the 6 child abuse counts.
Ms. Franke, how do you plead to count 1, aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony?
Guilty.
To count 3, aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony?
Guilty.
To count 5, aggravated.
There's this interesting thing that happens too as the doc goes on, which I don't even know if it's worth noting, but this kind of like slow blink thing she's doing, it picks up as the doc goes along. So like in her like later stuff she's making, and in like a lot of these court docs, she does this really like slow blink thing. Which I like saw a bunch of like comments and stuff, but everybody was just
child abuse,
I don't
a
know.
second-degree felony.
I don't know how to describe it.
And to count 6, aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony.
With my deepest regret and sorrow for my family and my children, guilty.
As if the plea itself wasn't stunning enough, the plea agreement documents filed with the court were shocking. And that is because they laid out just what happened to Ruby's youngest children in the Ivins home.
This is rough.
And I will tell you, it was absolutely sickening. I'm going to go through these admissions, and I want to read all of it to you because that's how bad it is. It is important that you understand what happened. Now, I should note that this abuse occurred over a 3-month period, over the summer from May to August. Think about the heat of those months. You'll see why. And by the way, another important note, it says that Ruby inflicted the injury or allowed another to inflict the injury, meaning Jody Hildebrand. So first, Ruby pled guilty to count 1, aggravated child abuse of
but no tears are happening
Russell,
kind of deal.
her 11 to 12-year-old son. The reason I say that is because it sounds like this abuse happened before and through his birthday. We haven't gotten confirmation about that, but it does say 11 to 12. Now, count 1 is about physical injury that includes physical torture. And it reads, quote, "The defendant's actions involved the physical torture of RF. Initially, RF was forced to do physical tasks for hours and days at a time. These included wall sits, carrying boxes full of books up and down stairs, and working outside. Eventually, RF was forced to do outside labor without shoes and in the summer heat. He was forced to stand in the direct sunlight for several days. He was forced to remain outside at all hours of the day and night by extended periods of time. These actions resulted in repeated and serious sunburns with blistered and sloughing skin. RF was denied adequate water for several of the days he was required to remain in the summer heat, and he was punished when he secretly consumed water. He was denied sufficient food, and when given food, he was given very plain meals, example, rice and chicken, while others in the house ate regular and more flavorful meals. He was isolated from other people and denied all forms of entertainment, including books, notebooks, and electronics. In addition, after RF attempted to run away in July, his hands and feet were regularly bound. Binding included being tied to the defendant and to weights. Many times, the binding included using 2 sets of handcuffs, one on RF's wrists and one on his ankles. At times, with RF lying on his stomach, ropes were used to tie the 2 sets of handcuffs together so that his arms and lower legs were lifted off the ground. The bindings resulted in injuries to RF's wrists and ankles where the handcuffs cut through the skin and damaged the muscle tissue. These injuries were treated with homeopathic remedies and covered with duct tape. Then the bindings were placed on top of the duct tape. Specific instances of abuse committed by the defendant include 1, kicking RF while wearing boots.
I'm probably gonna skip through this just because it's a little hefty. There was another thing too that I remember, and I think it had to do with like the homemade remedies or something. They found this like it was like a tub of like some sort of remedy, but it had like some sort of like chili powder or something in it, which was would have been like pretty painful to put on. I don't know what the intent of it was behind the safe door. Yeah, they put it on the wounds. It had some sort of like chili, honey and hot peppers. Yeah. And it was behind like a hidden door. Like they had like it was a safe. There was a safe in the house. And when they went in, they were like, "What's the code to the safe?" And she was like, "I don't know." And they're like, "You don't know the code to the safe in your house?" And she was like, "I don't know."
Before. And for me, this was worse than anything I could have thought. Then she pled guilty to count 3 in the original charging document. Count 3 is about aggravated child abuse, again, on Russell, but it is about physical injury causing emotional harm.
Yeah, it was. I'm going to skip through this because it's not really, I mean, if you want to look it up, you can, but I'm not.
Ruby's then 9-year-old daughter. And this is about injury resulting in emotional harm. The next arrest done that abuse that Franke pled guilty to was number 6 in the original information. This was abuse that constituted physical injury that includes caused damage.
The pleas that she will remain incarcerated awaiting sentencing, which will occur, and the date was February 20th, I believe. We are pleased that Mrs. Franke has accepted responsibility for her criminal actions and that justice is being served to the extent possible in this type of a situation. We're grateful for the law enforcement officers, caseworkers, Children's Justice Center staff, and others that have been instrumental in the fair and speedy resolution of this case. Because the alleged facts of the ongoing case involving Jody Hildebrand are intertwined with this case, our office will not be making additional statements to the media at this time.
Why is this guy in the background moonwalking?
Our office will not be making additional statements to the media at this time.
Backing up.
Now, something to add here before this hearing happened. Ruby's law firm released a statement announcing that she was going to plead guilty. And in this statement, listen to who Ruby throws under the bus. It states, quote, Ruby Franke is a devoted mother and is also a woman committed to constant improvement. Initially, Ms. Franke believed that Jodi Hildebrandt had the insight to offer a path to continual improvement. Ms. Hildebrandt took advantage of this quest and twisted it into something heinous. Over an extended period, Ms. Hildebrandt systematically isolated Ruby Franke from her extended family, older children, and her husband, Kevin Franke. This prolonged isolation resulted in Ms. Franke being subjected to a distorted sense of morality shaped by Ms. Hildebrandt's influence. Now, I have to believe that one of the reasons prosecutors allowed this plea deal to happen and why Ruby even agreed to it, and I should tell you, 2 charges were dropped. Yeah, there were 2 charges that were dropped for this deal. These were about injuries resulting in starvation or malnutrition. Could have been because they were duplicative of the other charges, or it was some benefit that Ruby got to agreeing to the deal. But either way, I believe one of the reasons we saw this happening was not to only save the time and expense and heartache of a trial, and maybe Ruby will get some sort of leniency by pleading guilty, but also to spare her 2 young children from having to testify against their mom. And if you believe that Franke realizes the error of her ways, then maybe that makes sense. And I should tell you, this doesn't mean that Ruby is not going to get prison time, or even minimal prison time. You see, she is scheduled to be sentenced in February. Each of these child abuse counts carries a prison term of 1 to 15 years, and the agreement states the sentences will run consecutively, meaning one after the other. Plus, in Utah, it's our understanding that they use an indeterminate sentencing scheme, which means that a judge doesn't determine how long she goes away for, but rather the Board of Pardons and Parole will ultimately determine when she can be released. In other words,
Interesting.
Ruby could be going away for a very long time. And it is not surprising, based on what we just heard, that she did.
Yeah,
it's also not surprising that in the divorce documents with Kevin, it seems, at least to me, she's not really fighting him on custody and is supporting his efforts to get the kids. Makes sense if she's going to be behind bars. Now, where does that leave Jodi Hildebrandt in all this? She's got a hearing scheduled on December 27th, 2 days after Christmas. So far, there's been no word about whether she'll take a plea, and her defenses at this point are really not great. But what do we know? As part of Ruby Franke's plea deal, she agrees to testify against Jodi Hildebrandt. We are going to bring you all of the new developments as they happen in this case. But in the meantime, thanks for watching us here on Sidebar. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Yeah, I've been wanting to watch the Rotten Mango one. It's just so long that I need to have like a period of time that I can absorb all of them, because Rotten Mango's videos are usually like an hour to 3 hours long. But she does pretty good. I do really like her videos. And I started listening to her on Spotify first, and then I realized she had a YouTube channel. Yeah, so that, if you knew about that but didn't know about that, that is that one. It got real bad, and I didn't realize how bad it got until I watched the documentary and stuff. And yeah, it gets pretty deep. There's like a lot of, I mean, that was a pretty, almost just kind of like skim the surface level, because there's so much with it. I hope that she rots in prison. Yeah, like, it's crazy. Yeah, I think Bose covered it when it was a little bit more fresh. My mango is to blow up and then act like I don't know nobody. Hope both of them rot. Not sure which one more. Equally, both shit. Okay, where is...
In the early morning hours...
I'm gonna watch this one that Alex sent. I should make a competition to see who rots in jail longer. True. I saw an Ethan debate react next. Will never ever happen on this channel ever. Things I will never touch with a 10-foot pole. Number 1 on the list. God help me. I don't know. I don't know what more, like, I don't know. Other streamers have said it. I think if you're still sitting on the edge of your seat waiting to see what happens with that one. Like, you gotta pivot. They're like, it's just, it's disgusting. It's just drama slop calling it a debate. I don't know. I don't know what more people want from that other than just, you know what I mean? It's just, there's so much to say and I just simply won't, but I'm just really fed up with all of it. I've blocked so many words on Twitter. It's like, I don't even think I can possibly find more words to block on Twitter. The moment you watch it, you will get harassed. Yeah, it's like I don't want it to exist on Twitch at all. I don't want it to. It's like, I think it's making the entirety of the platform like worse. I think all of that like coverage, it's just like making it just not fun. It's just making it not fun. And the people who are waiting on bated breath for the next development, like, I am really like grossed out by, you know, like I'm really icked out by that. There's a lot of stuff to be looking forward to, and I really don't like that that's it. I don't know what it is. No, you don't even look into it. Really don't, because the algorithm will shove it in your face. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't I suffer the consequences of Ethan's adpocalypse? I don't know. Because I actively don't look into it. I actively don't care. The more people give attention to H3, the worse it gets. I mean, yeah, it's like people are like really excited for him to do the next shitty thing so that they can talk about it. And it's like, stop doing that. Stop. Because, like, please, like, come on. It doesn't address him. I'm not going to talk about it. Okay, but streamer, what do you think?
Of January 29th,
You know what I think?
2022, 41-year-old Karen Reed and her two friends.
Also, everybody, Alex has been providing us with videos, and I really appreciate it. So thank you, Alex.
Were driving through a quiet neighborhood known as Spring Valley. They were searching for Karen's Boston
Alex
cop
and Han
boyfriend,
and Caitlin
John
all
O'Keefe,
have been
who went
really
missing
helpful
5
to me
hours
with
earlier.
crime
As
stuff.
they made their way down Fairview Road, they made a startling discovery.
911, what's your emergency?
Need someone to come immediately to 34 Fairview Road, Canton, Mass.
What's going on?
There's a guy unresponsive in the snow.
In the snow at 34?
He passed out, yes. 34, the Albert resident, yes. I just pulled up and found him.
Is he blue at all?
You've got to get here, okay?
Okay. What's going on? Is he face down?
I want to ask questions, but I also like don't want answers. I don't know what this means, and I don't know if I want to know. I have so many questions.
We just flipped him over.
Okay. And who's that in the background? Is that someone related?
Okay, that's his girlfriend. His name is John O'Keefe.
Is he breathing?
A couple of hours. Is he Carrie? Is he? I don't know if he's breathing. There are two women trying to do his body heat, and they're hysterical. Is he breathing, you guys? It doesn't seem to be breathing.
Okay. Do they know how to do CPR? Do they want to attempt CPR?
You guys, Carrie, get up.
I've kind of thought about learning. I've thought about going to learn CPR because I don't know how to use. I'm gonna be honest with you. The most CPR training I have is from that one episode of The Office which I did see an article that said a lady successfully performed CPR once because of the episode of The Office. So it's not totally useless. However, I know that I am not gonna, yeah. So I've thought about going to take a class. Does anybody know if you take a CPR class, is it a one-day thing? Clarice. Is it a one-day thing or is it like a week? It is. I feel like it's like a skill that like even if I take the class and then 10 years go down, like I might still be able to retain like you know. Isn't it just a few hours? Yeah, I don't know. You can just watch a YouTube video too. Yeah, but don't they have like dolls and stuff that you can like cut the face off of and then say he has no arms or legs, what quality of life? You know, like how could I miss that? I need that. That's where I remember you from. I saw you in the parking lot earlier.
CPR. No, I guess he's gone.
All right, we got the fire department and the police department on the way. If everyone's declining CPR, then I'll hang up with you, and if anything changes, you can give us a call back.
Officers were immediately dispatched to 34 Fairview Road. Upon their arrival, they were met by Karen and her two friends. Karen was inconsolable.
Her name is Karen.
Boston police officer that was just found in the snow here, and does have some trauma to his head. Not sure if he's been in a fight or whatever.
John's body was lying on the edge of the property, about 8 feet from the road. He had lacerations all over his right arm, 2 black eyes, a cut above his right eye, and his clothing was saturated with blood and vomit. The first responders quickly put him on a stretcher and loaded him into the ambulance. Where he was laying, they found blood and broken glass from a cocktail glass. According to several people at the scene, as evidence was being collected, Karen was running around asking if John was okay and yelling, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him." John was taken to Good Samaritan Hospital 8 miles away, but tragically, it was too late. He was pronounced dead at 7:50 a.m. His cause of death was later deemed as blunt force trauma to the head combined with hypothermia, but the coroner was unable to determine exactly what caused his injuries. Following his death, lead detectives Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Yuri Buchanek went to the hospital to retrieve John's clothing. As they collected the items, they noticed that John's left shoe was missing. The detectives hypothesized that John was hit by a vehicle, and at that moment, his shoe went flying off. To further this theory, the forensics unit found microscopic pieces of plastic embedded in John's shirt. With the evidence pointing towards a hit and run, the detectives seized Karen's SUV at 4:12 p.m. The SUV was brought to the Canton Police Department. While examining the vehicle, they found a single strand of John's hair on the rear fender.
I swear, like, of the true crime that I consume, if I had I don't understand how DNA, like, this shit, like, I mean, I'm a girl with long hair. I know. My hair gets everywhere. My hair gets everywhere. Like, it's like hair is on anything, but there's so many times that there's like one hair in a place that you can't imagine a hair could possibly like stay. And it's like, that's what does it. That's what does it. Arumba hates to see my hair. Have you guys ever, okay, this is a safe space. Have you guys ever like seen a hair and done this maybe on like your partner's like whatever and been like and then looked at it and been like, yeah, that's mine. Wait a minute, that's hold on a second, wait, that's mine. Hair gets in my ass. Yeah, when you shower, you know, if you have long hair, sometimes you get the cheek hairs. I get that, I understand. Yes, in the passenger seat. There was one time that Brody's hair got really long, like really long. And I like saw a hair once and I was like, I was like, bitch, that's your hair. I was like, you gotta get a haircut. You gotta get a haircut. I caught an ex cheating that way. Wait. T? Exclamation point T spill? Wait. Exclamation point T spill, by the way. Coming up this week. I pull my wife's hair out of my beard all of the time. One of the best things about this house is that the drain is like, it looks like a drain in like a public shower, you know, those big ones. And I have not had any issues with like like my last house, I had to like unclog that bitch like every month. This house, like I could probably, like the Wookiee could take a shower in my shower and be smooth sailing. Smooth sailing. When I had super long hair, I used to get mad when I would get didn't you cut your hair like kind of recently? Because I thought it was my girlfriend's, but it was mine. Guys, valid, who has long hair, and sometimes when you take a shower, you get the hair stuck in between your butt cheeks, and you gotta, it's like, you know what? It's a natural point of, yeah, it's annoying, it sucks, it's embarrassing. And the balls. Yeah, I deal with that also. Every time, right? It's part of having long hair. It was a few months ago. I don't miss getting my own hair in between my cheeks. Yeah, I don't blame you. Hey guys, does anyone know what kind of dog this is? Photo of her bathing a Wookiee. Breezy, thank you. Appreciate it. No, I don't put hair on the shower walls. I don't judge you if you do, because I used to, but I at some point in my life, I ditched that habit. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it was when I like moved in with somebody and I shared a shower with that person, because like when I was younger, I used to do that. Like you get, you know, it's not the butt hair, but like, you know, you're washing your hair and then you get hair and then you put it on the walls. Like I used to do that when I was a kid. I did. Then like a high schooler, you know, but then I moved in with my ex and I was like, wait, that's really gross. I don't want to do that where somebody else can see it. And then I stopped doing it. Yeah. But I used to do that. I think that's, yeah. And I can understand why it's really gross to somebody that doesn't have long hair. That's a thing I did at one point that I was like, yeah, that's gross. I shouldn't do that. Like I get that. Yeah. It's the same as like, you know, wrapping your tampon in a piece of toilet paper before you throw it away. Like, you know, nobody should get mad at you for throwing them away in whatever garbage can you want, but it's like, you should wrap them up, you know? It's a thing people do. I swear I've never done it in my life. Well, I mean, you know, it's...
And male DNA was found on the broken passenger side taillight. After making these discoveries, a special emergency response team returned to 34 Fairview to look for more evidence that John was struck by Karen. They uncovered several pieces of Karen's SUV taillight, John's missing sneaker, and his hat. Using all of this physical evidence, along with Karen and John's phone records, GPS data, surveillance footage, and witness interview statements, the detectives were able to create a timeline of events throughout January that led up to the night John died. During a vacation in Aruba in early January, Karen got upset with John after catching him all over another woman. The woman John was touchy with, Marietta Sullivan, later described this incident during an interview with the detectives.
I heard very loudly his name screamed across the lobby very angrily, and it made me stop in my tracks. I said, "Hi, nice to meet you." That's when Miss Reed's head snapped up, and she very loudly told me to go fuck myself across the lobby. Okay. And I said, "Yeah, you too," and walked away.
After returning home from their trip, Karen quickly sought the attention of an ATF agent in John's social circle. His name was Brian Higgins. Karen initiated the following conversation. "You stink. You suck. And you're double trouble. You're hot. Are you serious or messing with me?" "No, I'm serious. Feeling is mutual. Is that bad?" By the end of January, it seemed that John and Karen's
relationship... It feels like a conversation that I would have when I was like in high school with somebody trying to like flirt, like WYD and MU and M. Okay, cool.
Relationship still hadn't improved. On January 28th, the two were arguing all day about how he thinks Karen spoils his kids. At one point, Karen had enough. Frustrated, she stormed out of John's house. She then left Canton and drove to her own home in Mansfield. Unfortunately, leaving John's house didn't solve anything, and the two continued arguing via text message. "You've really hurt me this time. Not sure what else you want me to do. I said I'm sorry and I was out of line. If you prefer to stay home, I totally get it. Tell me if you're interested in someone else. Can't think of any other reason you've been like this. Things haven't been great between us for a while. Ever consider that?" Before the argument went any further, Karen flipped on the weather report and noticed that a snowstorm was headed her way. Not wanting to be snowed in alone, Karen squashed the beef with John and decided to head back to Canton to stay with him and the kids. She left Mansfield at 8:35 p.m., but as she drove, John asked her to meet him at a bar called CF McCarthy's. Surveillance footage shows Karen and John drinking and chatting at McCarthy's for about 2 hours before heading down the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. There, they met with John's fellow officer Brian Elbert, Karen's secret lover Brian Higgins, Brian Elbert's sister-in-law Jen McCabe, and 2 others. After about an hour of chatting...
That's crazy. They just put a big
Sister-in-law
7th wheel
Jen
over the
McCabe
top of his
and
face. It's like, so anyways, here's all the couples that were together, and this is 7th wheel.
Others.
It's crazy.
After about an hour of chatting, drinking, and roughhousing, they decided to have an after-party at Brian Albert's residence, 34 Fairview Road. So at 12:10 a.m., everybody stumbled out of the bar. Karen's SUV can be seen on a surveillance camera at 12:16 a.m., headed towards their destination. But by 12:27, Karen and John still hadn't made it to the party, so Jen peeked outside. Weirdly, Karen's SUV was parked on the street. So, Jen texted...
This is totally unrelated. I'm sorry for pausing. I feel like being a 7th wheel is cool. I feel like being a 3rd wheel is cool. Being a 5th wheel sucks. Because, like, going out with, like, your friend and their partner, or 2 people that are dating that you like both of them are cool, that's fine. Like, that happens all the time. And then, you know, a bunch of couples are hanging out, and then you're the 7th wheel. There's so many people there that it doesn't matter. Being the 5th wheel sucks, because then it's like you've got a table, right? And you've got 2 couples. So, both people have a buddy. So being a 5th wheel, it's not, and by the way, being a 5th wheel is still fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with being a 5th wheel. I'm just saying, if we're ranking the wheels on the bus, like, being the 5th one is the least good out of all of them, you know? Now listen, if I'm the 5th wheel, that still means I'm invited, which I'm chill with. However, 7th wheel, a little bit better, you know?
John. Here, 5 minutes later, she texted again. Pull behind me. These texts seem to go unnoticed.
No, you're right, actually. 6th wheel is worse.
One more time, saying, hello. Jen then witnessed Karen's SUV drive off at 12:45 a.m. The party wrapped up an hour later, around 1:45 a.m., and everybody went home. Then, about 3 hours later, at 4:53 a.m., Karen called Jen to tell her that John was missing. She then picked up Jen and her friend Carrie to help search for John.
Kind of low-key love the animations, though.
To the Canton Police Department.
Canton Police Sergeant, good.
Hi, my name is Carrie. I'm calling because my friend's boyfriend did not come home last night. They were at Waterfall, and now she is calling me hysterical because she doesn't know where he is. You didn't pick anybody up by the name of John O'Keefe, did you?
John O'Keefe?
Yeah, he's a Boston cop.
No, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that.
They were out having drinks, and then she left and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
She just didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes?
Exactly.
Happen with him?
No. That's kind of why she's more freaking out.
They then went back to John's to see if he was actually home, and Karen just couldn't see him. They can be seen arriving on John's security camera, but they have no luck finding him inside the house. So, Karen then suggested that they go back and check the party house at 34 Fairview. Apparently, as they walked toward the car, Karen wondered if she accidentally hit John earlier that night.
She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. I think you probably hit something, but let's just go in the house and look for him.
As they pull up to the house at 6:03
I might have accidentally
Karen
hit him and then
screaming
left.
at her friends to stop
maybe.
the car. Despite the low visibility from the snowstorm, she says that she thinks she can see John. Lo and behold, John was found lying face down in the snow. 2 days after his body was found, on February 1st, Karen was arrested. She was charged with vehicular homicide, manslaughter, and leaving the scene of a motor vehicle collision causing death.
Karen Reed left the courthouse after posting bail, charged with hitting her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, with her SUV early Saturday morning.
At her arraignment, Karen pled not guilty. She posted bail and was released, but her bail conditions included a stay-away order from John's family. So on February 6th, 2022, Karen couldn't attend John's funeral.
His brothers and sisters in blue stood on the steps as Officer John O'Keefe's blue casket was carried out of the church. his family following behind.
He made time for everyone. He really just honestly had the biggest heart, honestly, and taking in the
I've been watching the I thought that we had found a conclusion. This is like a whole okay, I'm excited. When you pause the video, you can't see what the subtitles are. Wait. Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay. I don't ever want to put them on me because if you're somebody that doesn't use them, they might be a little bit like ADHD. Like I'd be like, I can't stop looking at them. What if I put them in the middle? That's not the worst idea I've ever had. Maybe top center. Yeah. I think the middle is probably fine because then if you're watching the video, you don't have to move your eyes that far anyways. Yeah, that'll be good. What was I saying? Oh, I've been hate watching this show called The Rookie, and I think you guys know what The Rookie is. It's like it's a show about like the LAPD, and it's so corny. I watched one episode and I was like, damn, this sucks. And then I watched the second episode and I was like, damn, this shit sucks. It's propaganda for sure. With Nathan Fillion. Yeah. And I've been watching it and like I'm on season 2 and I'm kind of like, why? Like I don't like every time I watch it, I will audibly go, yeah, wait, I watched that show, Space Kid. Do you ever watch an episode and go, you gotta be fucking kidding me? Because like the most predictable thing will happen and you can't believe that is what they would have happen. But it, like, I talked to one of my parents, it scratches the same itch that like Grey's Anatomy does, where it's like, it's predictable, it's cheesy. The characters are like to the T who you think that they would be. And yeah, boot. It's like, I know, spoiler alert, I'm on season 2. I know that the asshole cop is definitely going to end up sleeping with Lucy. I know that. They're building up to it, but like, of course that's what's going to happen. He's right behind me, isn't he? But anyways, one of the most unrealistic things that has happened.
You are not.
I need to switch these up because I know now which ones are and aren't. It's not a yeah. One of the most unrealistic things that happen is again, spoiler, the captain dies. She gets shot on the job with Nathan Fillion, and it's like it's heavy. And when they carry her out of the house in a casket, they like all of the cops are lined up on the like driveway, and they have like it's like a 21 gun salute, like they carry her out in this like funeral casket, and everybody's like this on the driveway because she's like, and I was watching it and I was like, they would get her and they would put her in an ambulance and they would zoom her to the hospital, and then they would have a funeral for her. They wouldn't have the funeral at the house that she just got shot at 20 minutes prior to take her to the ambulance. It was like, I was just watching it and I was like, this is so stupid. And then I'm like, no, I'll watch another episode though. I'll just watch one more. I'm just going to watch one more. I just have to see how silly it gets. I'm just going to watch one more. So I'm sorry if you boot off the pilot of that show sometime this week because you're curious, because you will get locked in and you'll be like, this is propaganda. I'm just going to watch one more episode. It sucks you in. It's so stupid.
Kids. O'Keefe took on the role of raising his niece and nephew after their parents died several years ago. It was a role O'Keefe's family says changed his life.
It goes to show the person that he is. He has a huge heart. Like my family said, he would give you the shirt off his back. Just really amazing guy.
Hundreds gathered to pay their respects and mourn John's death.
Shit.
Even a part of the highway was shut down for the day. Over the following months, the detectives continued building their case against Karen. As the snow melted, they went back to the crime scene multiple times, discovering 46 more pieces of plastic from Karen's taillight. With this new evidence in hand, the prosecution went to a grand jury, hoping to upgrade her manslaughter charge to second-degree murder, claiming that Karen, in a fit of rage, maliciously and deliberately killed John. This was approved, and on June 9th, 2022, Karen was indicted. Sergeant Buchanan and Trooper Proctor led a team to Karen's Mansfield residence to execute the arrest warrant.
I'm being charged with second-degree murder now?
That's correct. Vehicular homicide and leaving the scene causing death and or bodily injury. Subsequently, there's been an arrest warrant issued for you.
I need medication and some personal bathroom items.
Okay, what type of medication and where you can get it for?
Can I have normal shoes, please, so I'm not on TV looking like this?
Yes.
These I don't even have underwear. Can I put pants on?
Your parents can come over here and retrieve anything.
But I don't want to be on Channel 4 in my pajamas.
I wouldn't worry about the news right now.
My jammy jams.
Look, she's more concerned when she looks like some TV. Me all right now?
No.
Have a seat there for me. Ready, 1, 2, 3. Get down here. Did you press right? You press left.
I gotta search you, okay? Yeah, can you pull the pockets out so I don't have to... Nothing in the pockets? Nothing in the waistband, anything? Okay, and no pockets in the shirt? Alright, man, you can take this, okay?
Karen's full list of updated charges included second-degree...
Jails legitimately always look like nobody has serviced them for like 100 years. You know what I mean? Like, do you ever, like, every time I see like a jail in like any kind of footage, they all look a billion years old. Yeah, because they have, it's like I don't, it's
murder, involuntary
like, that is the first jail that was built there.
While intoxicated and driving under the influence. Her bail was set at $100,000, and within 24 hours, that amount was paid. She was promptly released.
That's true. We need more. We need the police cars to look more like Transformers. Is what we need. Like, why fix the jail cells when we can attach bazookas to the LAPD?
Prepare with her attorneys for her upcoming trial. However, before her trial kicked off, people all over the world would learn the details of her case, leading to thousands of supporters protesting for the state to drop the charges against her.
This pro-Karen Reed rally in Dedham was one of the largest, with dozens of demonstrators lining the street, waving signs, and proclaiming Reed's innocence.
We still want to support her right through, you know. We're not going to stop. We're not going to quit.
Many of the protesters have contributed to Reed's legal fund. You want to give us an idea of how much you've contributed?
Oh, a few hundred, we'll say, at least, yeah.
And are you willing to contribute more?
Of course, as long as it takes, you know.
Throughout her court proceedings, supporters lined the sidewalks leading to the courthouse, holding signs and chanting,
"Free Karen Reed!"
And every time she and her defense team showed up, they would cheer her on.
Supporters of Karen Reed were cheering as she and her defense team arrived for day one of the trial. Jury selection.
However, while Karen and her defense team walked the red carpet, the prosecution and their witnesses...
Yeah, what do they think that are they just saying free her because they just are like, what the heck, you know, she's a girly pop, why? Or is it, you know...
The walk of shame.
Resign, all of you! Resign! Shame on you! You are a disgrace to the bench!
You're probably wondering what caused such an intense public reaction in Karen's case. Well, all of the details we have shared about the investigation thus far are part of the narrative laid out by the prosecution during Karen's murder trial.
Hold on, I have a bag of spicy Cheetos and I must. Get me my Cookie Monster pajama pants. I'm just like the other girls. All I do is watch true crime and eat spicy Cheetos.
But in the defense's opening statement, they have a completely different narrative.
Oh, geez, I have Coke Zero.
Was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did.
We are now going to take you through the series of events that resulted in Karen's arrest once
Two
more.
towers?
But this time, we will follow the narrative laid out by the defense. On January 28th, after the two squashed their beef, Karen arrived at C.F. McCarthy's and lovingly embraced John. After C.F. McCarthy's, they went to the Waterfall Bar and Grill to meet with the rest of the group. But it seemed that Brian Higgins was offended by the lack of attention from Karen. He texted her, well? Brian was standoffish for the rest of the night. But when it came time for the after party, he encouraged John to come with. After the bars, Karen and John arrived outside the after party at 12:24 a.m. Karen wasn't too excited for this after party, so John went inside alone to scope out.
That's what I'm gonna say that every time you guys are talking to each other in chat and I'm not getting enough attention. I'll be like, well, guys, I'm the seventh wheel of this stream right now. You stink.
Vibe. This is corroborated by John's phone data, which says that he took 80 steps and then climbed 3 flights of stairs at that time. Expecting John to give her some sort of update, Karen waited outside for 6 minutes before getting annoyed and leaving without him at 12:30 a.m. This is based on the fact that the drive back to John's house is 6 minutes and Karen's phone connects to John's home Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. But John's phone data shows 36 more steps.
Dude, I could never commit a crime. Like, stuff like that, like, they can track what time your phone attached to a Wi-Fi. Doesn't even cross my mind. Like, absolutely not capable. Absolutely not capable.
12:32 a.m. after Karen had already left. Therefore, she could not have killed him. The defense believed that when John entered the house, he was led into the basement, where he got into a fight with Karen's jealous love affair, Brian Higgins, that left him fatally injured. They also questioned the involvement of the homeowner, Brian Albert, and his family. After all, Brian Albert is known to be an avid boxer, even starring on the show Boston's Finest in 2013.
Where's his hair?
Additionally, less than a month after John's death, Brian Albert's nephew Colin was photographed with injuries on his knuckles. They also believed that during this fight, John was attacked by Brian Albert's German Shepherd, Chloe. Looking at the wounds on John's arms, the defense said that they didn't align with being struck by a car, but rather showed that he was attacked by an animal.
Those injuries appear to be consistent with an animal attack. There are several patterns of parallel wounds that could have been caused by nails or could have been caused by teeth.
The prosecution had an expert of their own to refute the dog attack theory. Dr. Terry Kuhn said that there was no dog DNA found on John's arm.
We did not see any canine DNA.
You were able to detect the presence of pig DNA, right?
Correct.
And I think you said on direct examination that that could come from a number of sources, including food sources, right?
Correct.
Could come from dog treats.
Pardon me? Yes.
Could come from dog treats. Matter of fact, there are dog treats that are pig ears, literally.
I believe so.
The defense suggested that this pig DNA could have just as easily come from remnants of dog treats transferred from Chloe's mouth to John's arm as she was biting him. Also, around the same time that the autopsy photos were released to the defense team, Brian Albert's family suddenly got rid of their dog.
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May.
Of 2022.
Of 2022. She was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
According to the prosecution, this whole theory was baseless because not a single person at the party saw John enter the house.
John never came into my house that night?
No, they never came into my home.
At any point in time, did John O'Keefe ever come inside the house?
No.
The defense believed that
Chloe couldn't have done it because Chloe was at my house that day and we were doing arts and crafts. And chat was there and they all saw it. So, sorry, Chloe didn't do anything wrong and she's off the hook.
People inside the house were lying to cover up what really happened to John. And one of those people was Jennifer McCabe. Following John's alleged attack, there were several unanswered calls from Jen to John between 12:41 and 12:50 a.m. The defense suggested that these phone calls weren't butt dials, but were actually Jen's attempt at locating John's phone after he was attacked. But wait, there's more. Despite Brian Albert and Brian Higgins telling investigators that they didn't speak to anybody after the party, there were 2 answered phone calls from that night that suggested otherwise. At 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert called Brian Higgins. The call was answered, but it was disconnected
Meeting of
after
two
just 1
Brians.
second. Right after, Higgins called Albert back. This call was answered as well and lasted 22 seconds.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, it's kind of like a butt dial.
But if that were the case, they
Can I
would
say something? I don't think I've ever butt dialed anybody with my butt before. So, I don't know. I've butt dialed people before, but it's never been with my butt. So, check mark, liberals. Don't at me. Logan, they're all gonna at you now. Guys, can everybody at Logan and say true? Because I am hilarious. And also, very wealthy. Out of water. Did anybody else want one? I was going to get a Coke Zero, but I'm eating hot Cheetos and I just did not want to have a hot Cheetos and a Coke Zero. It just, the masking tape on the mic speaks volumes. Yeah, it does, because if there was no masking tape on the mic, it would be not speaking any volumes because it wouldn't work. So, you're right about that one.
would have had to but answer the calls and but hang up as well. The defense found it more likely that the two Bryants had talked.
Filter, that sounds like something you would say if you had done that. You were like, haha, who else has watched? Who else has seen chatters fall asleep and type all kinds of crazy stuff in Twitch chat? Because that happens all the time. Right, guys? We see that all the time. That's the thing that happens constantly. And right, guys?
Talked about something during that 22-second phone call that neither of them wanted to admit.
Did you, in fact, tell the truth at the prior proceeding when you said, I don't remember that phone call?
I always tell the truth.
Oh.
Did you lie under oath, sir?
No, I did not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I would not.
If that isn't suspicious enough, both of the Bryants conveniently traded in their phones the day before being given court orders not to do that.
The phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert, you know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right? The phone data is destroyed for all purposes. It's factory reset, correct?
I don't know that.
How long have you had a phone?
Perhaps Brian Albert received a tip from someone investigating John's death, and they got rid of their data because there was something on there that would incriminate them. After all, Brian Albert's brother, Kevin, works as a detective at the Canton Police Department. This might also explain why Brian Albert's family members were never even questioned, even though there was a dead body found on their lawn.
You had an officer, a Boston police officer, who was either dead or dying on the front lawn of a house with a bunch of occupants, and you didn't think that it was necessary to investigate or interview those occupants yourself?
I did not.
Did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight?
No.
Did you go to the basement at all?
The Alberts also have a long-standing relationship with the lead detective in the case, Trooper Proctor. But we'll dive more into Proctor's involvement later. At 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes after Brian's butt dials, Jen made a damning Google search.
No, it's always the Google search.
According to the defense, Jen deleted this search at some point.
Always
but they hired
the
a digital
search.
forensics expert who was able to find its digital footprint. Jen completely denies ever making this search or deleting any searches.
Did you delete that search because you knew that you would be implicated in John O'Keefe's death if that search was found on your phone?
Objection.
Could you answer that, please?
I did not delete that search. I never made that search at 2:23. I never would have left John O'Keefe out in the cold to die because he was my friend that I loved.
The prosecution brought on their own experts to explain why this 2:27 a.m. timestamp proves nothing.
If I create a 12 o'clock tab, minimize Safari, I can leave it for several hours, for several days, for several weeks. When I come back to it and open up Safari again from a background state, the timestamp is not updated. So it will still show 12 p.m. today, and it will show whatever my most recent navigational event is. So I can search for something in 3 weeks' time using the same tab I opened today, and the timestamp will show today's time.
However, according to the defense, the prosecution's experts came to this conclusion by using a different version of iOS than the one that Jen was using at the time of the search. One key point the prosecution made that the defense's expert did agree with was that right before searching "How's long to die in cold," Jen was searching for private basketball teams for her daughter. A strange thing to be searching in the middle of covering up a murder. Where was Karen during all of these butt calls and Google searches? It turns out that after dropping John off at the house around 12:30, she called him over and over.
Now, Trooper Garino, you conducted an analysis of both the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And from your analysis of that phone, were you able to determine approximately how many calls occurred from the defendant's phone to Mr. O'Keefe's phone from the time period shortly after 12:30 a.m. To the time period shortly after 6 a.m.?
There was over 50. I think it was 53 or 55.
The prosecution found it suspicious that not one of these phone calls was to 911, but the defense argued that at this point in the night, it never crossed Karen's mind that something had happened to John. The several voicemails Karen left throughout the night suggest that she thought John was off cheating on her with another woman.
John, I hate you! John, I'm here with your kids, and nobody knows what the you are, you pervert. John, you are using me right now. You're another girl.
Sheesh.
You're a loser. Yourself. Yeah, it's 1 a.m. I'm with your niece and nephew. You pervert. You're pervert!
She then woke up at around 4 a.m., but there was still no sign of John. At this point, she was more concerned than angry. She called John and left more voicemails. Just as Jen had stated, Karen called her at 4:53 a.m. to tell her that John was missing. You might recall that after John's body was discovered and first responders arrived at the scene, everybody claimed that Karen said,
3 times, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
But in cross-examination, none of these witnesses could point out when in the dashcam footage Karen made these hysterical statements.
Did you see any place in that video where you had any sort of detailed conversation with my client?
No.
Did you see any place in that video where you engaged my client and said, how'd you get here? What happened? And she said, I hit him. And you said, how'd you hit him? All the stuff that you testified earlier to.
I didn't see that in the video, no.
Not only that, but not a single person wrote down that Karen said, I hit him in any of their reports. The defense...
Who originally said that she said that? Because I remember them saying that at the beginning. Who said that she said that? Jen? I think her friend. Oh, her friend said that.
Also questioned the crash reconstructionist for the Massachusetts State Police, Trooper Joe Paul. Using the movement data from Karen's SUV, Joe was able to create a play-by-play of how he believed John was struck. After John exited the vehicle, Karen began driving away. She then abruptly stopped the car for 2.5 seconds before speeding at him in reverse, clipping his arm and sideswiping him. His head slammed into the frozen ground as his body traveled onto the lawn. On the stand, however, Joe did not seem very confident in his findings.
So, throughout my investigation, this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when...
Nervous?
Sorry.
Nervy?
The vehicle accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene.
The defense tried to discredit him completely by bringing his education into question.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of mathematics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
The rate of velocity, what's another word for that?
The rate of velocity?
Right.
I mean, it deals with the motion. It deals with forward and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play in kinematics?
Correct.
It talks about, like you just said, it talks about the speed and talks about motion.
They also questioned why he believed John was struck by the SUV, even though none of his data conclusively pointed to that.
I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry,
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report, I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
The more Joe talked, the more far-fetched the prosecution's
I'm so confused about.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with the vehicle long enough for the taillight to explode, basically, to shatter. Then these striations get on his arm, abrasions. Does a pirouette, spin, counterclockwise, and flies 30 feet in the air to his point of rest.
Yeah, it happened probably a little faster
Caitlin,
than that,
I feel
though.
like it was impulsive because I think if you plan it out, I feel like you're gonna do it not that way. You know, I feel like it had to have been just like a moment of rage.
I thought you said he hit his head on the curb.
I said that's one of the possibilities of when you look at the roadway as he gets spun around kind of clockwise. It's a possibility that the curb is there, any blunt force object on the ground, as the ground is pretty blunt.
And through all of this, John never let go of his cocktail glass. The defense brought in their own experts, Andrew Rentschler and Daniel Wolf, who have PhDs in computer and bioengineering. They work for a company called ARCCA, or ARCA, who specialize in crash reconstruction.
By its very nature, sideswipe has minimal forces. We see it even between vehicles that just rub against each other. So if there's a sideswipe impact with a pedestrian in a vehicle, there's going to be very little damage to the pedestrian. And similarly, there's going to be very little movement. There's really no force at all acting. You know, for instance, if a car came and swiped by your arm, but didn't have enough force or enough contact to cause any damage, well, it wouldn't actually cause any movement of the person either. So a sideswipe by its very nature involves minimal impact, minimal forces, minimal velocities.
Pigeon, that's exactly what I thought.
Damage consistent or inconsistent with striking an arm?
It was, our findings was it's inconsistent for a number of reasons, but it's inconsistent with striking the arm, yes, sir.
Okay.
He could have slipped and struck his head. The car could have backed up and not known that he was there and nudged him and caused him to fall. I mean, any event that would cause him to fall backwards obviously would result in him striking his head. So there's numerous, almost infinite possibility of different scenarios that could result in that type of an event.
But if Karen didn't hit him, then how does the defense explain the broken taillight? At 5:07 a.m., a surveillance camera at John's house.
Do you think that anybody is naming their baby like Karen in the year 2025? Like after Karen has been turned into like I don't know, it's just kind of turned into a whatever it is. I feel like I bet like we will not see a Karen that is like born in this time period for the foreseeable future, probably. I don't know, maybe, but actual Karens are oblivious and legacy will continue. Yeah, that's true, maybe. Kyle and Karen have been ruined. Yeah, maybe. Huh.
Shows Karen leaving in her SUV to go search for him with Jen. The defense argued that Karen's SUV backed into John's vehicle, breaking the taillight. However, the prosecution simply disagreed, citing that there were no taillight pieces found in the driveway. They seemed to believe that the SUV came extremely close to the other vehicle, but didn't actually hit it. But there were also no taillight pieces found at the crime scene when evidence was initially being collected.
At any point in time, either before or after the leaf blower was taken out by Lieutenant Gallagher, did you see 45 pieces of bright red, black, and clear plastic pieces scattered all over the scene?
I did not.
Did you find even or see even one piece of broken plastic?
I did not.
And yes, you heard that right. He said leaf blower. Before the Massachusetts State Police had shown up, Canton police officers used a leaf blower to clear the snow at the crime scene. They also used Stop and Shop bags instead of evidence bags, and red Solo cups to collect the blood.
It does not look like an evidence bag, does it, sir?
No.
Ain't no way. Using the brown paper bagging the evidence.
Those are the plastic cups with the coagulated blood.
It goes without saying that this is
Solo
not
cups?
how evidence in a homicide case should be handled. But anyways, it wasn't until January 29th at 5:46 p.m., 46 minutes into the second search of the lawn, that the pieces of taillight were found. The defense suggested that someone had planted the taillight pieces at the crime scene at some point between the first search at 7:30 a.m. and the second search at 5:46 p.m. To shut this theory down, the prosecution showed surveillance footage of Karen's SUV pulling into the Canton Police Department, where it was taken after being seized. In the video, you can see lead detectives Buchanan and Proctor hovering around the vehicle, inspecting it closely. But it appears that the broken...
Is there thought that... So this guy's a cop, the guy that died. Are we leaning towards it was like planted because they're trying to like... Is that why? Like they're trying to make her look?
Passenger side taillight is never meddled with.
Sergeant Buchanan and I never touched any part of that vehicle.
During cross-examination, however, the defense highlighted a part of the video where Proctor's hat can be seen peeking over the vehicle as he stands at the driver's side taillight for an extended period of time. Except he isn't actually on the driver's side door. While watching this video, the defense noticed that the word police on the trunk of this cruiser was mirrored. Someone had inverted this footage before it was submitted as evidence.
How did you discover that the image was inverted?
I saw the word police and thought I had dyslexia.
The side of the car facing the camera is actually the driver's side, and Trooper Proctor is on the passenger side, where Karen's broken taillight is. The defense believed that the prosecution intentionally showed this inverted video to the jury to make it seem as if no one had meddled with the broken taillight. When in reality, while Proctor was standing there, he was discreetly collecting the taillight fragments that would ultimately wind up all over the crime scene. The defense also found it strange that a single strand of John's hair had stayed glued to the SUV after many miles of traveling through a snowstorm. The prosecution suggested that it could have been frozen to the car considering the weather conditions, but perhaps Proctor had tampered with this evidence as well. Planting evidence wasn't the only thing Proctor came under fire for during the trial. Throughout the investigation, Proctor discussed details of the case in a group chat with his high school friends.
In this text exchange at 10:56 p.m., your buddy Bird writes, "I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit." Correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean like he's not going to get in any trouble, he's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
Next text. He's a Boston cop too.
Even more shocking were the vulgar comments he made about Karen.
Funny, I'm going through his client's phone. No nude so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him. She's a whack job. C-U-N-T.
Crazy.
So don't spell it. You have to. So these are your words, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead and say them.
Oh, girl, if you can't say it out
she's
loud.
A weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
These messages were so bad that in March of 2025, the State Police Trial Board found Proctor guilty of 3 charges of unsatisfactory performance, and he was subsequently fired. The defense believed that the messages clearly indicated that Michael Proctor was immoral, unethical, and biased when it came to the investigation of John O'Keefe's death. This, along with his close ties to Brian Elbert, made him the perfect candidate to save his buddy's skin by framing Karen Reed. After a 9-week trial, with 70 witnesses and more than 600 pieces of evidence presented, it was time for closing arguments. During the defense's closing argument, they took the jury through a tutorial on how to cover up a murder.
So how does a cover-up happen? How could that happen? Well, let's count the ways, shall we? Delete your call history. Make mysterious phone calls at 2:22 a.m. Delete Google searches. Monitor police activity. Get rid of evidence. Get rid of your dog. For the investigator, decide on a narrative early on. Don't go to the crime scene. Don't take witnesses in for questioning. Question all the witnesses together. Ignore witnesses who don't fit your narrative. Allow friends and family to contact those same witnesses. Don't record interviews. Write vague and false police reports. Omit witnesses' names. Omit witnesses' interviews altogether. Don't photograph the evidence. Don't conduct any forensics. Don't document the evidence. Invert videos. Turn 3 pieces of taillight into 5 pieces of taillight. Delete 42 minutes of surveillance footage, hide personal relationships, make this case cut and dry, and ensure the homeowner, quote, never sees any shit because he's a Boston cop. But most importantly, pick your patsy and pin it on the girl.
I don't know if you guys ever watched the like Casey Anthony case, but this guy reminds me of Casey Anthony's lawyer, kind of.
It's not that it could happen. It's that every single one of those things I just mentioned did happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed is innocent. Do justice and find her not guilty. Thank you.
The defense's closing argument was a powerful call to action, which implied that a vote for guilty would only reinforce the corrupt establishments within Massachusetts state law enforcement. In the prosecution's closing argument, they reminded the jury that several witnesses testified that Karen had admitted to hitting John herself.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Those are the words of the defendant 4 times. You heard testimony from 4 different witnesses who overheard and observed those statements from the defendant on January 29th, 2022. The texts from Trooper Proctor are distasteful, they're disrespectful, they're unprofessional. There is no defense to them. And the defendant killed John O'Keefe. As distasteful as those messages are, and their content is, I submit they had no bearing whatsoever or impact whatsoever on the integrity of the entirety of the investigation that Massachusetts State Police collectively conducted into John O'Keefe's death here.
This was about as passionate as it got. For the most part, prosecutor Adam Lally just listed all of the evidence. And at the end of his statement, he actually ran out of time, and his final sentence was rushed out with a dry and stale tone.
What the constellation of the facts and the evidence ineluctably demonstrate here was that the defendant drove her vehicle in reverse for 24.2 miles per hour for 62.5 feet, struck Mr. O'Keefe, causing those catastrophic head injuries, leaving him incapacitated and freezing to death.
Mr. Lally, I have to stop you. You've gone over. Okay.
I literally have 1 sentence on you.
1 sentence I'll give you.
From that facts and that evidence, I would submit ineluctably demonstrates her guilt on each of the indictments before you, and I would ask that you find it so. Thank you.
As the jury deliberated, they could hear the chants of Karen's supporters. On day 4 of deliberations, the judge received a note from the jury.
Dear Judge Canoni, I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that...
Yeah, what is this? People keep asking, and somebody said what they thought it was. They thought that it was the person speaking in to take notes. It's a mic, a stenographer. Okay, so it's muffling so that nobody can hear what she's saying when she's taking notes. The recorder. Oh, okay, so she's not using the typing thing. She's just voice to text. So she's just repeating what she's hearing everybody say. Or it's a mega vape. It could be a mega vape, which would be kind of chill and awesome. Honestly, I think we should advocate for people taking massive bong rips in the court, personally. Why not just record all the microphones? I don't know, but I think it's easier for it to come, maybe because it's unbiased. I don't know. Like, I actually don't know why they do that and they don't just like do it in post. I'm sure there's a pretty clear answer why. It needs to be written in an order. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Permission to hit the mega vape. It's gotta be because there's not an easy way to explain it with their keyboard. Yeah, I don't know. If you record all the mics, you have to reorganize it after. I mean, unless you like record them all into like one track, which I guess is maybe why that it'd be hard to get all of the mics corded into the same interface to record it on the same track, you know? I guess, you know what I'm going to say it is, which I think everybody will agree with? I think any tech that would make it easier is not under the scope of the people who run like court stuff. Like, I think that having one person sitting in there typing is low tech. And so they'll be able to do it without having to be like, oh, well, John doesn't know how to run the Rode interface, so he can't connect all of the microphones in, and he accidentally put it in Wave, and the file size is too big. You know what I mean? Like that. Come on. Trained operator using a stenomask connected to a pre-trained speech recognition system can exceed 180 words per minute, while at the same time exceeding 95% accuracy. They may also modify the pronunciation of the words they are speaking in order to improve accuracy. It'd be hard to like listen and speak like you're listening and speaking. You know what I mean? Yeah, having to call IT in the middle of a trial. Well, also if like something goes wrong, it's gone. Yeah. They're not smart enough to figure it out. I don't think that they're not smart enough to figure it out. I think tech just moves at a pace that it isn't their job to need to know. You know, like the lawyer's job is to be the lawyer. The lawyer's job is not to hook up the tech. And it's like they could hire somebody, but imagine being a tech guy. Like imagine you're the guy that is like, okay, I'm going to go hook up a mic to every person in the courtroom, and I'm going to make sure every single one of those mics feeds into my interface so that I can record whatever. You know what I mean? Like at that point, then we just have this lady do what she does, you know, or girl. Yeah. Guy is, you know, gender neutral. Fella. I do this for my job, and yes, there is a guy that does that in some states, right? Where it's like, what if you have like a really, really old courtroom where like, you know what I mean? It'd have to be consistent everywhere and not all smaller courts. Yeah, and it's like, again, if... I'm not a big fan of the government. Which is... I'm not a big fan of the government. This is why. This is why. Yes. And that is my closing argument for why we have Sherry on the mega vape, making sure that everything gets sternographed. And I trust her with my life. Thank you, Cyril, for the 1776.
Despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict, signed by the foreperson. This is our fourth day of deliberations. I'm not prepared to find that there have been due and thorough deliberations at this point.
Following judge's orders, the jury continued to weigh their decision. And on day 5... I don't
think I would ever... If you made a list of jobs for me to pick from to do, being a court judge would be so far at the bottom. Like I actually am curious, like... I guess it's somebody that's like, I want to make a difference and I want to make sure that justice is served correctly. Like, No, it doesn't seem boring. It just seems like so much pressure. So much pressure. Like, I do not want to give the final verdict on anything that is like that big of a deal. You know what I mean? You could totally fuck with cops. Yeah, but like, it's like, then that's the choice you make, you know? Like, I don't know. Imagine being one of those judges that does traffic infringements. Sure. The judge could never do my job. I don't know. I feel like she could run some poop killer. I could see it.
They sent another note to the judge.
Our perspectives on the evidence are starkly divided. Some members of the jury firmly believe that the evidence surpasses the burden of proof, establishing the elements of the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. Conversely, others find the evidence fails to meet this standard and does not sufficiently establish the necessary elements of the charges. The deep division is not due to a lack of effort or diligence, but rather a sincere adherence to our individual principles and moral convictions. To continue to deliberate would be futile and only serve to force us to compromise these deeply held beliefs. I'm not going to do that to you folks. Your service is complete. I'm declaring a mistrial in this case.
With a mistrial declared, the case of Karen Read is not over. Directly following this trial, the district's attorney's office released a statement saying they would be retrying Karen Read. Outside the courthouse, her defense team told the media that they weren't backing down either.
Folks, this is what it looks like when you bring false charges against an innocent person. The Commonwealth did their worst. And guess what? They failed. They failed miserably, and they'll continue to fail. No matter how long it takes, no matter how long they keep trying, we will not stop fighting. We have no quit.
At the time of this video's release, April 24th, 2025, Karen Read's second trial has already commenced.
Okay. What was the... Yeah, no, this is really recent. I remember seeing thumbnails and stuff for it. Her second trial has already commenced and she has upcoming trials. This is like still ongoing. Hold on. Karen Read trial. I was watching the live last week. My God. Okay, yeah, this is still ongoing. There's like all kinds of shit on it. Yeah. Prosecution did not have a strong case at all. It doesn't shock me that the first case ended in a mistrial. Dude, putting the evidence in red Solo cups in brown paper bags is unreal. Absolutely unreal. That is a unreal choice by theirs. Like, who did that? And like, if I had to do that, I would at least have the knowledge to be like, yeah, well, maybe we were shitty about the crime scene, but this looks bad. Like, this just looks bad. Showing her getting home 6 minutes later and him continuing into the house and 86 steps and up 3 flights of stairs or whatever pretty much clear her. I mean, it only clears her unless the other side has something that they can go, wow, actually. So do you think if she is guilty or not? I don't know, because it's like, that was like a, I don't know what, like 40-minute long video. I want to say no. I don't think so, but I don't know. The cops handled getting evidence and talking to witnesses makes me think they're covering for the guy that beat him up and they're friends with. Yeah, that is kind of like, it's quacking like a duck, and that's what it seems like, you know? Wouldn't have questioned it much if the cops weren't clearly trying to steer things. Dude, that camera being flipped, that's sussy. That's big sussy. Let's see. Maybe we can watch one more good solid one. One more good solid one. I have a couple on my playlist and they're okay. I don't know if they're like the one. Yeah, that was so forwardly incompetent, true. The police are extremely meticulous, over the top when it comes to evidence. Oh yeah, no, you're right. For sure. A bunch of the footage straight up wasn't turned over until this current trial. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on that one and kind of like see how that goes. A load of this fucker. Sim, tomorrow's the big day. Tomorrow is the big day. This one.
Like I said,
I pulled this one. It says the moment he realized he was totally screwed. It's this guy being chased by police in a motorcycle for speeding. What is tomorrow? If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Yeah, we'll watch this one.
Department in Michigan witnessed on June 6, 2024, an officer from the Battle Creek Police Department in Michigan witnessed a motorcyclist run a red light. According to the police report, the officer quickly noted a white male suspect with a red beard driving a black motorcycle with red and white shoes and no helmet. After taking the turn to initiate a traffic stop, the officer also noticed the license plate of the motorcycle was obscured.
Genuine actual reason. I lived in Arizona for a while, and Arizona is one of those states that you don't have to wear a helmet. And I don't understand under any circumstances why anybody would not wear a helmet when riding a motorcycle unless they're stupid. Like that there I can't think. I'm trying to think of another reason. Like one genuinely reason, not even a good one, a reason that's like, okay, sure, okay, whatever. Didn't know there was anywhere you don't have to wear one. Arizona is one, and then I think there's more states you don't have to wear motorcycle helmet. It says Illinois, Iowa, New Hampshire. Whoa! Guys, I'm gonna buy a motorcycle now! Whoa! Yo, thank you, mysterious person. If you got a gift sub, say thank you. You don't know who to. Very mysterious. Thank you. What the heck? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to look it up. It doesn't say Arizona here, which is making me go, maybe there's just a lot of stupid people. No offense if you live in Arizona, but what's going on? Thank you. That's incredibly nice. That's incredibly nice. Thank you. Yeah, Zogs. You know what, Zogs? I'll turn that into an alert. Send me the TikTok. I'll turn that into the 50 bomb alert. Mark my words. Oh, Moki didn't like that. I just looked at Sam's Venmo and she just bought a bike. I don't see a helmet. Interesting. No, it's fine. I won't crash. I promise I won't crash. Okay, I sent it. Perfect. Guys,
I'm putting pennies in my pussy to save for us.
Hi guy, thank you so much for the resub.
I'm putting nickels in my cooch to take us both away.
Is there a remix of that? Pennies in My P visualizer is out now. Spotify? Okay, I just looked at this guy's Spotify. He came out with an album called Secrets, and the tracks are as follows. 6-minute interlude. I want to see my friends' dicks. Pennies in my pussy. I'm quitting my job tomorrow. My sister's trying to fuck and she needs to chill. Purposely relapsing for attention, featuring Suki Waterhouse. Poop is pee and pee is poop, featuring Rachel Sennett. My mother's prayer, featuring Jordan's mother. I'm hoarding cum. I cry when I masturbate. Anonymous, thank you. I'm ran through, featuring Laundry Day. I held my mom's breast every morning before school till I was 12, featuring Julia Fox. Passed out drunk making mac and cheese, woke up to a fireman in my apartment, featuring Rufus Wainwright. I prefer the ugly ones, featuring Jimmy Pop Off Bloodhound Gang. I can only come with a loaded gun in my hand, live from the Pirates Jazz Festival, and then I Lesbian. Which one do we start with? I mean, I want to listen to featuring Suki Waterhouse. Are these, are these real? Is it like AI, or is this like, are they actually featured on these? Like, there's no... Anonymous, thank you. What's this one? Okay, what's I cry when I masturbate? Okay. Okay. Okay, we have to listen to I Want to See My Friends' Dicks. Oh, there's lyrics. Boner. Oh, here we go. Let's see my friend sticks. I wanna see my friend sticks. Wow. That that was really powerful. That was really powerful. Wow, that scared the shit out of me. His profile photo is crazy. Oh, it scared me. Okay, so that one's got a lot of plays. The second highest one is passed out drunk making mac and cheese, woke up to a fireman in my apartment featuring Rufus Wainwright. And somebody said that it was true. Let's take a listen. Do you think this is actually Julia Fox? Like what? I don't. How did we get here? I'm quitting my job tomorrow. Did we already listen to this one? Let's listen to our goat. Oh, so it's all actually real. Wow. Okay. Zogs, I can't click on that. What is it? Okay. Can I play this?
Hey, my name is Jordan Firstman, and I'm here with
He made a fake Genius video.
Pinas to break down the lyrics of my song Pennies in My Pussy from my album Secrets. I'm putting pennies in my pussy to save for us, my darling. I'm putting nickels in my cooch to take us both away.
He made a full album out of all of the secrets his followers sent him.
So yeah, this song is really deeply personal, and it's about kind of
I could make an album.
You know, my first love, and we were so young and didn't have money back then, but we made it work. And I think, you know, now that, you know, I just made my first $1 billion off of doing porn, and so I have all this money now, so it makes me kind of yearn for the days where I almost, not to say I wish I was broke, because I love having the $1 billion that I made from doing porn, right. But you know, sometimes you do just want to be normal again. So that's kind of like the genesis of this song, I would say. And
right.
Yeah, it is about Jeff Bezos.
It's got a whole Wikipedia page. I've never heard of this person, and now all of a sudden we've got too much content. Jordan Firstman is an American writer, producer, comedian, and singer living in LA. He is known for the short films Men Don't Whisper and Sundance-nominated Call Your Father, and for the feature film Rotting in the Sun. Firstman rose to prominence for his short skits called Impressions, shared on Instagram Live in 2020 during the COVID pandemic. In 2016, at a time when he was a writer for the television series Search Party. Okay, so he does like bits. He does skits. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy. Funny fella. I have no choice but to stan. I have no choice but to stan. Wow. Okay, listen, big fan of this one though. This is a really powerful ballad. Intro song, it's a powerful ballad. That's a big one. That's a big one. The way he covers every genre. No, every single genre is covered in this album. It's powerful. It's life-changing. Song of the Summer. When did this album come out? Albums. Why doesn't it have a date on it? Am I silly goofy? 2025. Just came out. Just came out. Whoa. I was just looking up the music video of Friend Dick. How did that go? And what did that entail? The album's name is called Secrets. Yeah. Just sent this unprompted to the group chat. Can you let us know what they say? Please. Must know. Imagine this performed at the Grammys just after Benson Boone. No. But it's just this song and Benson Boone is doing backflips the entire time. Like, just the entirety of the song. Like, why don't we see how many he can do? Like, we know Benson Boone does backflip, but how many can he do? I think if he did like 50 in a row, people wouldn't make fun of him. In fact, I'd even say 20. 10 maybe. No, probably 15. 15 backflips in a row, and I think that people will stop roasting him. And he'd do it. I think he would do it. Benson Boone versus 100 backflips. I think Mr. Beast would give him money for it, too. There's a world there. You have to do 100 backflips, and then I have a case. And if you open the case, there's a tiny gorilla in the case. But if you put the gorilla in water, it will grow to a full-size gorilla. You get 99 of your friends to fight the gorilla. Inside of the gorilla is 100 other gorillas. You put those gorillas in water. We fight them against the strongest man. Be the change you want to see in the world. You're right. You're so right. Okay, should we finish this video that led us on some weird fucking... I don't even know how we got... How did we go for... How did we get there? Can somebody tell me the path? The path that we took to get from this video to Jordan Firstman? How do we do anything? Yeah, that's true. Zogs, probably. Yeah, we get 100 gifted. Oh, you're right. I got 100 gifted. Thank you, Anonymous. Then I said I would change it to... Actually, Zogs, motion to redact what I said earlier and change the gifted, 50 gifted to the, I Want to See My Friend's Dick song instead. Motion to pass. I started with states you can ride and not wear a helmet in. Oh, true. Yeah. Second, valid. Motion granted. Okay. You guys all have different court systems. I'm gonna pass that.
Disregarding's taking off on me.
According to the police report, the motorcycle exceeded 80 miles an hour in a 30-mile-an-hour zone. After quickly calling off the pursuit, the officer requested assistance from other officials in the area. In less than 10 minutes, another officer found a motorcycle that fit the description parked on a sidewalk still running.
Oh, inconspicuous. Like, he couldn't have pulled it, like, back behind the house? Like, he left it still running on the sidewalk. Like he should have attached, like, the giant Mr. Beast, like, YouTube arrow to it.
How you doing? You just want to come up real quick. Okay, thank you. Were you just riding down Morgan Road at all?
No.
Okay. Is this your bike?
Yeah, this is my bike, but...
Okay. It is, I think it's keys still in it, maybe?
Yeah, probably. Are you using my keys in it?
Okay.
Maybe he wanted somebody to steal
a bike
it.
that looks just like that bike take off from him.
Nope.
So.
Like, do you think maybe he, like, wanted somebody to steal it because he knew he fucked up? He was like, oh, different
I was
guy.
wearing this exact outfit. Okay. Rode from Kalamazoo right here.
So, I'm not trying to...
I've probably been here like 20, 30 minutes.
Okay, I'm not trying to say it was you or whatever, but we're just investigating that.
Yeah,
so.
I ain't been down Morgan at all today.
Okay.
So what you going in rush for? Huh? What you going in rush for? I wasn't going down Morgan, so that wasn't me. I literally just came from Kalamazoo, right down North Ave, right to here.
So you were never at any point from Michigan on to Washington and then took off?
Like, I actually don't have any arms or legs, and I'm incapable of driving the motorcycle at all. That's not my motorcycle. This isn't even my real face. And then he does this, and he's actually just a different guy.
Appreciate it. Michigan, no. I literally rode right down
never
North
heard of
Ave.
roads.
Capitol, right to North Ave, right
I don't
to
drive on roads.
Your license on you?
Yeah.
I don't even know what a motorcycle is.
So, if it wasn't you, great. If it was, we're gonna figure it out pretty quick. So just honesty's best policy. But I'm gonna go run your...
Yeah, I literally just rode here down North Ave.
Okay. You were coming from Kalamazoo to do what?
Yeah, this is my house.
Like, what were you doing in Kalamazoo?
At work.
Oh, work?
I just rode my bike back.
Where do you work at?
I work for myself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. didn't realize I left my keys in it.
Is the plate always folded up?
Not that I realized, but yeah, now it is.
You good if I peel it down just so I can see it?
Yeah.
Okay.
62 and 50, you guys get there?
Yeah, still out. Can you copy a plate for the motorcycle?
I'll be honest with you, it's probably not legal.
No, it's expired, but...
I just bought it.
Who'd you buy it from?
My boy Brent, probably a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Do you know how to watch video?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you want to go watch video?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
You think this is your guy?
Do you
or
know
no?
how to watch video? Yes.
Okay.
So what's that scenario? If it is, he believes I'm his guy.
He's the primary officer. He's the one that tried to stop the bike.
I don't know. Could be a different guy. I don't know. Could be anybody. Could be anybody. That could be a different guy. I'm saying.
But if I thought you were the guy who ran for me, you'd be in cuffs in the back of my car right now.
I didn't never see nobody behind me.
Okay, and that's fine too. It doesn't necessarily have to be jail. It's at least we're investigating fleeing and eluding, so that's a felony charge.
Even though I didn't see him behind me at all?
I just heard what he was talking on the radio. I get your point too, although those look like some pretty good mirrors, but I know it's
He's
hard.
like, well, my mom did say that I had a twin brother at birth. So we never had a relationship, and there's no proof that he ever exists, but there was a cryptic note written on the back of my birth certificate, which is now gone. Impossible to find, truly.
Or does see on a bike?
I looked in my mirrors maybe once.
No, and I get that too.
So I know it's you. I can see on my camera. So can you put it back for me?
Can I put my dog up real quick?
Nope.
Okay.
Can you put it back for me? You unless your fingers like a frame?
Huh? Yep.
Just like that.
Do you have anyone who can come pick your dog up?
No.
All right.
I'm going to jail.
All right.
Maybe my twin
Slow down
brother.
my car real quick.
Take it to jail.
Well, we're gonna figure that one out in just a second.
Put my hands in front of me to sit in here.
Nope.
I didn't even have this beard an hour ago.
Seatbelt goes across the other side. Just have a seat in there real quick for me.
Do you have the video pulled up?
It's in my. I have it paused right there. Before.
See two to see where it was.
I mean, it's definitely you. It looks like Washington and Van Buren.
I definitely rode straight down North Ave here.
That's you, man. Beard. That's your Crocs. You were wearing a
definitely
backpack. You just told me you were wearing a backpack.
My Crocs were in
And then as soon as I got
sport
behind you and I
mode.
lit you up, I saw you look behind me, and then you hauled ass. You were gone. Blowing red lights, weaving through traffic, cutting in front of traffic. Lane splitting's not legal here. You're lane splitting the entire time.
Okay. I mean, if you got me on video, I'm not going to deny it.
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to read you your rights. You have the right to remain silent. Do you understand your rights? Is that read to you? Okay. With that in mind, do you mind answering a couple questions?
No.
You know maybe how he could have avoided this situation? A helmet and not Crocs. Got a helmet on. Could have been anybody wearing those Crocs. He could have been like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. I just was robbed. A guy just stole my Crocs and drove my motorcycle around and then returned it to me on the sidewalk. And you can't see his face, so you don't know that it's me.
Want to talk? No. I'm just going to ask him if he wants me to lock his door and push his bike in. Just to the driveway? Okay. That's all I'm going to ask him.
Okay.
I got arrested. My backpack's at the house. Come bail me out.
So I've got him for fleeing elude.
And then if he's driving the way you described, I'd be reckless.
I literally saw him. I was like, oh, I want to see a plate, and haul it off.
I mean, it's at least expired. Look into that. If you don't have insurance, no proof. So I do reckless.
Can I
if
be
you
a
drive
part
the
of
way
this
you described.
conversation too? No?
What's up? Feels left out.
For real, bro, I did not see you. I'm gonna be honest with you. I did not see you.
You didn't look behind you, and I saw you look right behind you.
I for real did not see you turn
and then
your lights on.
when I flipped the lights on, hit the siren, you went.
100% honestly did not see you turn your lights on.
I was
I can see you're upset about that. I did not.
I'm not upset about it. What I'm upset about is that you are lane splitting, jumping in front of cars,
Thank
and then
you.
you
Thank you
know
for the
there's a police car
gifted.
behind you, and you are literally blowing red lights, flying at almost 100 miles an hour down the road.
I was never going 100, but
I would say at least 80.
You want me to push your bike into the driveway?
Yeah, that would be cool.
And then do you want me to lock your door?
No,
that's fine there.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, the screen door is the only one closed. Yeah, if that's how it's described, absolutely. The only reason I called you is because you left it running on the sidewalk.
Yeah, and that's 100% the same bike. I was like, and that's 100% the same dude.
That's 100%.
Red beard, the shoe. I was like, I thought it was a shoe. It's a Croc.
Hey, real quick. Hey.
What's up?
Real quick. Can you undo my hand so I can call my wife real quick and she can come bail me out?
You can make a phone call at the jail, but I'm not going to undo your handcuffs so you can make a phone call.
Okay, can I make a phone call with him behind my back real quick?
No.
Do you care?
No, I mean, you can make a phone call when we get to the jail. They'll let you still get a number and you can call from there.
I know, I'm just trying to get out
soon, not tomorrow. Well, that's the only option. You'll get out tomorrow. Even if she tried to bail you out today, like, that won't happen. You'd have to wait till tomorrow to see a judge. That's all.
Thank you for the gifted.
We've got 1 male in custody.
Kelly, can I come get you? I don't know. Supposedly he saw me on the bike. Supposedly I ran from him on the bike. I didn't even see his ass, but... Okay. The bike's in the driveway. If you could push it behind the truck. My backpack's in the house. Top zipper pack has bail money in it. Okay. Okay. I got you. Yep.
What the fuck? Backpack full of cash?
I even see you, bro, for real. I gotta wear that back here, or...
Wear what back here?
The seatbelt.
If you don't want to, that's your choice.
Okay, cool. I can't sit on my hands like that.
This guy fucking hates anything designed to prevent him from dying in a motor vehicle. Hates helmets, hates seatbelts. Does not fuck with either of those.
Bro,
It's like, can you actually take the windshield off of the car and like get rid of the airbags? Is it okay if we disable the airbags in this car? That would be great. I really don't like the idea of that there might be like air in the dashboard.
No way you can put these cuffs in front of me?
No, it's policy,
This
man.
Killing my wrist, for real.
Okay, well, like I said, it's...
If I put them in front of me, are you gonna be pissed?
Yes, I would
Tie
be
me to
pissed
the roof.
because it's a violation
I really
of our
feel much more comfortable if we disable the brakes on this vehicle. I just can we just get rid of those real quick? I prefer to go brakeless.
I'll see.
Both my wrists are still in there. I was literally gonna stick my legs through it. But you can see.
No. It's like a 10-minute drive to the jail. I just gotta do this real quick.
So what you charging me with?
Flee and elude.
Even though I didn't know you was back there?
You 100% knew that I was back there.
Dude, I 100% didn't fucking know you were back there. You keep calling me a fucking liar? Fuck you. That's what that land. Fuck you. I didn't know you was back there. You want to be a bitch about it, bro.
So then why did you take off?
In jail.
Then why did you leave? Why did you take off like that?
Bro, I was just riding. No, I wasn't taking off from you.
I don't
give a fuck about your bitch ass.
Dude, I'm a rider too. I get it, but you don't ride like that.
Yeah, I'm a rider too. Oh, you're stuck in fucking you.
You're not gonna vape in the back of the car. I'll let you keep it in the pocket. That's fine. But
No,
if you're
he's
sucking
trying
on
to
that
hit
thing,
the
I'm gonna take it out.
Benjamin.
Okay.
No,
Send me that video.
not hitting the Penn and Teller in
You'll
the back
see
seat.
it in
I like to see it.
You'll see it in court.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Damn.
I'm not the one running, man.
I wasn't running from nobody, bitch. I already done told you that, you dumb son of a bitch. I don't give a f about you. Tell this guy he's a bitch. Put that out over the radio. Oh, y'all bitches. That's what y'all is. Y'all fucking funny. Didn't even see your ass. And you got me with a fleeing and eluding fucking felony. Kyle, I'll remember that shit. I'm a rider too. I'll see you judge tomorrow morning or
tomorrow afternoon. Somewhere.
So he's
I think it's
texting
like 12,
now?
1 o'clock.
You let me make a phone call real quick? You gonna stop if I make a phone call?
You can't wait 5 minutes till we get to the jail?
You gonna let me call on my phone real quick? I don't know what her fucking number is, so I can't call from the jail.
No, you can. They'll let you get phone numbers from there. That's what I'm telling you, is that they'll let you do it.
I really didn't run from you, bro. I know you think you believe that, but I really didn't even know you was behind me.
Contrary to your belief, I'm not trying to, be a complete asshole.
Yeah.
I'm really not.
I'm just telling you, I really didn't know you was behind me.
Okay.
100% on God, I did not know you was behind me.
If you didn't know, then why were you, hauling ass, going through all those red lights and, jumping through all the traffic, lane splitting?
What red light did I run?
You ran 2 of them that I saw.
If you popped me on Washington and being burnt, there was only 1 red light between there and my house.
Technically, there's 4 lights.
You a bitch for hitting me with felony charges, bro. You a bitch for that.
That's what the charge is.
Yeah, you hit it. You a bitch for that.
It's like, there's only 2 red lights on the street that I didn't drive down. I told you I didn't drive down it, and there's only 2 red lights on that street that I, again, did not drive down. Therefore, I know that.
Like I said, I'm not trying to f you over. I'm trying to screw you intentionally.
Yeah, you just a bitch. It's okay. I understand. That's how bitches be. You can go get somebody else to get me out this car because you ain't f***ing touching me. I can tell you that.
Give me 1 second. For the county guys, once they get in the...
Yep. You better send them to come get me out this car because you ain't fucking touching me, bud.
No, I'm just waiting for them to get in the office.
Okay.
That's it.
I'm just telling you that. You ain't getting
Trying
me
to
out
make
this car.
anyone have the
You ain't
worst
gonna be
day on their
one.
job.
I'm just going to escort you. I'm not touching you.
Nah. You better go get somebody else to come get me out this car. I ain't f***ing with you. I can tell you that.
Bro, I'm not going to
Okay, bro. I ain't f***ing with you. I'm telling you, I ain't f***ing with you. You better go get somebody else to get me out this car. Listen, I'm trying to make it cordial with you. I ain't f***ing with you. I I need you to go get somebody else to get me out this car.
Like he's being very
You're
cordial.
not being cordial with me, man. I'm being as professional as possible.
I'm just telling you ain't getting me out this car.
Okay, if they come out here, they're putting you in a chair. That's why they come out here. I'm trying to be civil with you. I'm telling you, like, the options that you have is you can step out. I'm not going to touch you. Just walk in with them.
Okay.
That's it. Like,
I'll make that deal.
Okay.
Don't touch me.
All right, that's cool with me. Cool, and they're ready. Sweet.
You need to drop something?
No.
Benjamin?
Okay.
It's worth noting that the police report shares the officer searched the back of his cruiser and found nothing left behind.
So since you are being lodged on a felony, we have to do a full strip search. You gotta go through that door, take everything off the door.
What's your phone number, Cole?
You got one.
It's just for the courts.
Hey, you got one. Good.
Okay. All right.
Cool. Can I do consecutive? Thumbs up? What's your stack?
Because it's a felony, we had to do a DNA swab. So I just gotta go out and grab that. Okay. Are you willing to do that?
Nah.
No? Okay. It's an additional charge if you refuse.
Huh?
It's an additional charge if you refuse.
An additional felony charge?
Yes. It's an R&O.
Is it what?
R&O.
What's that?
Resisting.
That's not a felony charge. That's a felony charge?
That's a felony.
Come get it then, motherfucker. Come on.
Okay. If you feel more comfortable, I can ask and see if he's willing to do it.
Yeah. I'd rather him than you. I don't want you nowhere near me, motherfucker.
All right. Let me go grab it. Forgot to do this.
The officer appears to have not printed the actual citation for the charges yet and went back to his cruiser to do so. However, the printer appears to be giving him issues. He returns back to the booking room without the paperwork shortly after.
Oh, I'll never see you without that badge, bro. You a bitch and you know it.
That's crazy.
Like I said, I'm not trying to intentionally screw you, man.
You a bitch. That's what it boils down to. You a bitch.
Because I was driving 80 miles an hour down the road in lanes, running a bunch of red lights.
You a
I'm doing my job.
You a bitch. Do your job, then.
That's what I'm doing. What would you want me to do in this circumstance?
Filling out the word count with curse words.
You hit me with a felony, fleeing and eluding, like I looked right at you, was like, hey, and ran off, motherfucker. I run off on you, bitch. I didn't even see your bitch ass.
Okay, well, what would you want me to do then?
Not hit me with a felony fucking charge, you dumb ass motherfucker. How you not get that, you dumb bitch?
What would you prefer?
Bro, get him the fuck out of here. Can you just send him the fuck out? Because he's a bitch. And he knows it. Yeah. Leave your ass like bitch.
I'm not giving you the citations, by the way, but you are going to get the one for the reckless driving on me, too. So.
Give me the felony.
I was just trying to de-escalate, just so I could enough to be like, hey, listen, my printer's down. I can't give you all your tickets that I was going to write you, so I'm cutting you a break on the tickets.
Oh, no.
I still have to write you for something because you were reckless driving on your motorcycle and then ran from me. I have to do something.
Right.
I should have cited him with
Running a red light,
the vehicle's unregistered. It's not registered and it's expired. So I was like, I was gonna do unregistered vehicle, no insurance, but I can't print any of that stuff. And I'm like, you know what? I'm cutting you a break here. I'm only citing you for the two things. And then he's in there calling me a and, you know, hopes he sees me without the badge.
Oh, gonna do a lot more.
It's like, don't hit me with a fucking felony. Fleeing and elude is a felony. Don't run from the cops. So then I'm like, hey, I gotta do a DNA because it's a felony. And he was like, but you can't do it. He's gotta do it. So
Wow. They're allowed to take DNA.
I know he's looking right at me.
Yeah.
But if I had a dime for every time the guy was just like staring me down.
Oh no, not through the door.
And this is why I'm still recording.
In a chair in about 5 minutes.
And if I go to Myers with my family, he sees me
He
and my family
really
outside
said,
of work,
and
what's he gonna
another
do to me and my
thing.
family?
Right. Exactly.
I don't want that.
After his arrest, the suspect was charged with 1 count of felony fleeing and eluding and 1 count of misdemeanor reckless driving. He was held on a $500 bond. The bond was paid 6 days later for his temporary release. According to Michigan court websites, he appears to have taken a plea deal. His felony fleeing charge was dismissed, and he pled guilty to reckless driving. He must pay court fines and fees totaling up to $715. He has a review hearing on January 27, 2025, indicating he is likely serving some sort of probation or community service for the crime. Michigan is a very difficult state to retrieve FOIA videos from. Joining as a member for just one.
Yeah, I mean, he got off. Sheesh. Yeah, that's nothing. Bro, wear a helmet and don't speed, please. Jeepus Christ. What a guy. What a fella. What a guy. There's definitely AI. I kind of thought so too at the beginning, but there's so many there's a lot of true crime channels that their voice just kind of sounds a little AI-ish, but it's not. But that one at the very first I was like, that shoulder inchy ezel. No, I have like a knot in it. It's not itchy. The FOIA reveals it. Yeah, I mean, you'd think that he'd, like, did they make it and then not go back and, like, double check? See if it was pronouncing everything correctly? I've seen that all the true crime narratives try to be very monotone. I think a lot of them follow after JCS and EWU. I know that there's other big ones, but I do think those are two of, like, the biggest ones. And, I watch both of those because their voices, something about their voice is, like, engaging. And so there's a lot of channels that try to, they'll even say, like, there's so many channels that say JCS copy or JCS imitation. Like, they don't even really try to be subtle about it. Like, they will straight up just say, like, yeah, we do it like JCS does it. Have you seen the vid of the guy flipping off a cop and the cop gets pissed and tries to arrest him, but the guy puts him in his place? No, I haven't seen that. What does JCS stand for? Jim can't swim or John can't swim, which I don't really know what that means. I don't know where that came from. Where does Jim can't swim come from? Why is Jim can't swim called Jim can't swim? The word around the water cooler is that the channel was started as a way for a guy running it to afford swimming lessons. There's a famous case in which someone named Jim was exonerated due to the fact that he was unable to swim. The crime had to be done by someone who could, and he couldn't. Jim is an undiscovered serial killer who kills only by methods of drowning. I don't know. This is... It looks like there isn't really an answer. The first ever video posted to the channel was of a man named Jim who was joking around in a pool. It was deleted once JCS started uploading psychology videos. No. It probably is just one of those things that it has nothing to do with like crime. It just was a funny little name, and then the videos took off. I think there's a lot of creators that like give themselves a username and then their stuff takes off and then they are like, oh, I didn't really think about this was gonna be my username forever. You know, like there's streamers I know that like don't really fuck with their own usernames. It's just what they always have been. So like it would be a bad brand move to try to change it, even if they want to. Yeah. Ow. EW used to be a guy and his kids exploring abandoned places. Oh, really? Does he still have those videos? Yeah, I have like a knot like right here on my arm, and I can feel like my arm feels weird. Blake, thank you for the gifty. Appreciate it. Reporting in from Paranormal Detour. Oh, how did that go? Is that over? Probably, right? I didn't realize we were still listening to this guy's playlist. That's funny. scary in a good way. I usually watch a little bit of them. I'll usually have them on when I'm like doing shit. But I love to watch I actually kind of like the times when Jordan does the deep dives more than the live, because then I get to like see the picking apart of stuff, you know? So I always get really stoked for those. Lots of doors closing on their own. Yeah, the house from the outside was crazy.
What? Why are you giving
Oh, this is it?
me the finger?
I'm walking away.
Huh?
Am I free to go?
Why are you giving me the finger?
Am I free to go?
No.
For
Come here.
what reason?
Why are you giving me the finger?
I'm free to go. Am I free to go?
What's your problem?
Am I free to go?
No.
What, do you have a problem?
No.
Do you have a problem?
No.
You don't have a problem, then I can leave.
Why are you giving me the finger when you're walking? Get over here.
Why?
Because.
Is that a lawful order?
Yeah.
For what reason?
Because you're giving me the finger.
That's legal.
No, it isn't.
Hey everybody, it's James Freeman. My voice is still shot, so I'm going to use text instead of voiceover on this video.
James, but he's gone. I didn't mind the voice. He could have kept the voice. So this video allegedly is like the kid, he like puts the cop into his place and doesn't get arrested, I assume. You when you're sick on stream. I didn't think I got sick very often, and then maybe I do. Damn, he's got that mega
Well, I will be
vape.
on a male subject. Radio by Rivercrest.
Why are you giving me the finger?
Oh, he's pissed off.
What?
What's your problem?
What?
Why are you giving me the finger?
I'm walking away.
Huh?
Am I free to go?
Why are you giving me the finger?
Am I free to go?
No.
For
Come here.
what reason?
Why are you giving me the finger?
I'm free to go. Am I free to go?
What's your problem?
Am I free to go?
No.
What, do you have a problem?
No.
Do you have a problem?
No.
You don't have a problem, then I can leave.
Why are you giving me the finger when you're walking? Huh? Come here.
I'm free to go.
No, you're not.
Walk.
Get over here.
What?
Get over here.
Why?
Because.
Is that a lawful order?
Yeah.
For what reason?
Because you're giving me the finger.
That's legal.
No, it isn't.
Says who?
Says it all.
Pull up the law.
Huh?
Pull up the law.
What's your name?
What's the law?
What's your
What's
name?
the law?
What's your name? How
What's
old
the law?
are you?
I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Pig.
Fucking pig.
Whatever.
Fuck you.
What?
You heard me.
The cop's like trying to think what he can do.
Come here. Get over here.
He's like, oh.
Get over here. Get over here.
I'm not doing anything illegal.
Yeah, you are. You just cursed me off.
That's not a crime.
Yes, it is.
Says who?
Says me.
Says who?
Turn around. Come on.
Bro, that is not a fucking crime.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Why are you cursing me?
It's not a crime.
What's your name?
It's not a crime.
What's your name?
Help! Help!
No help.
Help! Help!
Yo,
Help!
Corporal turned off his body cam. Oh. Uh-oh. Body cam and doesn't turn it back on until backup is there. Uh-oh. Sussy. Why can they turn their body cams off? Like, there should be like a thing at the office that turns their body cams off, you know? Or like, I don't know, you know? Like, why? What? Like, if you're on the clock, keep it on.
Got a picture out.
If they need to pee, I have a song for that.
Right now because I was cursing at him. And he said, you're being detained.
Because you acted strange.
Dude, what? That's not legal.
It is legal. He's allowed to
Who is
detain you
this
until
kid?
he performs his
So what am I
investigation.
doing though? What am I doing that made him detain me? What legal right?
Every time I rode by him twice, he shot me the finger. So I turned around and said, "Well, you
Is that a crime?
Hold
No problem."
on
Then
a
he tells
second.
me
That's not a
This is
crime.
causing public service.
Then he
That's
tells
not,
me to
no, that's not a
to
crime.
F off, pig.
Yeah, fuck off, big. That's not a crime. That's not a crime. He's looking at you because he's like, what the fuck you want me to do? Because it's not a crime. I know my rights. I don't have to say any of that.
You do if you're being detained.
What's that?
You do if you're being detained.
For what reason? What
did you
legal
mean?
reason am I being detained for?
Where are you coming from and where are you
What
going?
legal reason am I being detained for? I need to know that. Legally, I need to know that.
Why are you
shooting me in the finger?
Why are you?
Is that illegal?
Why are you flipping the bird? Yes, it is. It's causing a public disturbance and a public alarm if you are cursing
So
in
a
public.
single one.
So when you are cursing in public, you are causing a public disturbance. You're being a nuisance to the public.
In what way? When he was driving past? That's singular. Well, I'd like to see you guys prove it in court.
It's called causing a public disturbance.
I know the law.
By being a nuisance.
I know the law.
All right. So at that point, what he is doing is he's not saying you're being charged with anything. At that
I'm
point,
just
he's
figuring out
detaining
what's wrong with you.
to make
What's
sure that
going
there
on?
is nothing
Make
wrong.
sure you're okay.
Make sure that you're okay.
What reason does he need to detain me?
He thought maybe he thought you were signaling him down.
It's the same thing. You know when you watch To Catch a Predator and they're like, I wasn't gonna do anything with the 13-year-old. I wanted to show up to make sure that they were safe because there's bad people on the internet. So I wanted to make sure that they were okay and make sure that, you know, everything was good.
That I was doing what?
Were you signaling to him?
No, you knew very well that I wasn't signaling to you, right? I wasn't signaling to you.
You bring attention to yourself.
That's not signaling.
You're acting strange. I'm making sure you're okay.
Dude, that's so funny. Like, you're not here for my safety. You're not trying to protect me.
How do you know?
You're walking on the side of the road and you're cursing and you're flipping the bird.
Once at him. I gave him the finger once. That will not hold up.
Do you know him?
That will not hold up
Why are
in
you
a
giving
court
him
of
the
law.
finger?
That will not hold up in a court of
Why
law.
are you giving
I
him
know
the
my
finger?
rights.
Do you know him?
It's not your business.
Do you know him?
It's not your business. I
It is
plead
my
the fifth.
business.
I plead the fifth then. You guys make nothing out of
So,
something.
by you cursing and using vulgar gestures,
So what's the First Amendment for?
It's causing a public disturbance.
What's
and
the
a public
First
alarm.
Amendment for?
Okay. The First Amendment is for your freedom of speech. Okay.
Okay.
What does that have to do with?
Was I
using
making a call to
gestures?
action? Was I making a call to action? Was I? Was I like
When you were
threatening you in any way? Did I threaten you?
Oh, this guy
You know what a
might
call to
know his
action
rights.
is?
Do you
It's called
understand that you're
encouragement.
acting?
Is that a call to action? Am I calling for an action to be done against you? No.
Do you understand that it is? Listen. It's behavior that's out of the ordinary.
I understand how it works.
So
but
therefore,
legally
he stopped
it would not
to talk
hold.
to you. Clearly, if he stopped all the way back there, I'm assuming you guys were back there and you just
We
continued
went
to
back
walk.
a bit further
And you
back.
just continued to walk.
I wasn't running. I told you that I was
They
free
keep looking like I'm expecting the cop to be like, popcorn.
to go, and you all of a sudden.
Stop, and you ran down here. That's
I wasn't running. I was walking.
Once he
So
gives an order
let's
for you
be
to
honest here.
stop, you're supposed to stop.
I did stop when he originally said it, but I was asking, is it
And then he
illegal?
told me
Is it
to
a
F
lawful
off,
order?
and he took off.
Yeah, because I kept walking because you weren't pursuing at the first. You only started pursuing because I said, "Fuck you, pig." That's when you got a little upset.
Okay, so
you got his panties in the pants.
listen, we're here at this point now, okay? You've brought the attention to yourself, you caused the public alarm.
Yep.
So now
Well,
what
I'd like
we
to
are
see
doing-
you legally
so
hold
now
that
what we
in
are
court,
doing,
because-
well, I'm not charging you with anything, so I
Well,
don't
I
legally
would-
need to hold anything in court.
Well,
okay,
I
what
could-
I'm doing is
I
I'm
could always
trying to
bring
figure
this
out
up.
why you're walking on the side of the road, okay, and why you're continuing to signal to a police officer.
I wasn't signaling.
Okay.
See, now you changed the story.
so-
Now you're changing the story. Was I signaling, or which one was it?
So
'Cause
what were
now
you
you're-
doing?
Well, I want to know from your perspective.
I
What was I
pulled up
doing?
onto the scene, so you tell me what you were doing.
To bring you attention.
I plead the fifth. You fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot, dude.
Okay.
How long have you been a cop? 6?
Longer than you.
Listen,
Longer than you? I'm not a cop, retard.
listen,
Okay, man.
You're fucking retarded,
Listen.
bro.
Okay.
listen.
Yep.
What? Like, what? I don't understand what the point of this is.
I'm walking. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
It's the Fourth Amendment to be allowed to
walking
walk without
in.
seizures or anything like that.
You
Which
sure?
is- yes.
Are you sure that's what?
Damn,
That's the
it was almost cool, and then the edgy teen came out. We
Fourth
were
Amendment.
almost there, man.
You
You want
sure?
to bet money on it?
You sure that's what the Fourth Amendment? It gives you the right to walk without seizure. What's going to be seizured while you're walking?
Not the
My
gamer
body, my person,
word,
idiot.
man.
I'm seizing you? Did anybody
Yes,
Did I check
yes,
all
you
your
were,
pockets
you were
or
about
anything?
to.
Come on.
You were about to.
Listen.
He said I was going to be under arrest. He fucking
He
said it.
said you were
I said
detained.
stop.
He
No,
said you were
or you're
detained.
gonna be arrested.
So now what
Yeah,
happens?
so
now what happens?
he just admitted that
now
he was
what
going
happens
to
is when
arrest
he
me.
gives you a lawful order to stop, and you do
It
not
wasn't a
stop.
lawful order, though.
And you do not stop.
It legally was not a lawful
and you
order.
do not stop, then that becomes a criminal offense, and then yes, you can be put under
But
arrest.
it's not a lawful order. Then I take it to court, and then he'd get sued, and I get
Maybe.
punitive damages. I'd be rich as fuck. Is that what you want?
That
Oh,
may,
you don't know the
that
law,
may be
buddy.
what happens
You don't
if
know
you
the
think
law.
that that's what's going to
You're
happen.
fucking
It may be what's going to happen. It may not be what happens. Okay.
Okay, I
what
understand.
May happen is
all right, so
is
what
you
are we
may
wasting
get a
time
normal
for?
jury.
Am I free to go?
What
Am I
may
free to
happen
go?
is you may
Am
get
I
a
free to
normal
go?
jury. No, because at this point
For what reason?
you were detained. Okay, because he told you to stop
Okay.
and you didn't stop.
Okay.
So therefore, you need to identify yourself as a part of the investigation. So what is your name?
Okay, I'm gonna need all of your badge numbers.
I will give you everything written down on a card.
What's your rank?
I'll give it all to you on a
What's your
card.
rank?
Patrolman. I'm
What's
a
your rank?
patrolman. That's my rank. Patrolman.
Oh, patrolman.
Okay.
And you?
Okay.
Interesting.
So, what is your
I
name?
could give you.
If you have an
Am
ID,
I?
that's perfect.
Am I? Okay. I'll take it to court
If you have
because
an
this
ID,
is
that's
still
perfect.
this is still a detainment.
Are you a juvenile?
This is an illegal detainment,
Are
so
you
I
a
can
juvenile?
still. I'm not going to answer that.
You have to answer.
Why?
Because you're being detained.
I said I'll give you my ID, buddy.
Are you a juvenile?
You saw me.
No. Okay, so.
Better.
Because it has to be handled a little bit differently.
That's
all. If you're a juvenile, I have to call your parents and I have to advise them that I'm out with you and that I'm speaking
Go ahead,
with you.
Piggy.
That's all it is. Okay?
He's such a fucking pig, bro.
So what does that make you?
Not a pig.
What does
Dude,
that
this
make
is
you for
illegal.
saying?
This is illegal, buddy.
What is the point?
This is illegal.
There's nothing illegal about it.
Yes, it is.
It is
You want to bet
not.
money on it?
We're gonna find
We'll,
out.
we'll see.
Been
in
there
court,
long
bud.
enough. Like I think when the video started, like it wasn't like getting dark, and now
When
it's
you
like
cause a
starting
public
to get
disturbance and
dark.
Public alarm, and you become a nuisance to the public. Okay,
You'll legally have to prove that I was a nuisance
When
to
you're
the public.
standing-
How will you do that? How will you do that? I just want to hear
camera
your-
systems. Okay, so when he goes by in the car, okay, and he sees you doing what you're doing,
And what was
that's
I
all gonna
doing?
be there.
And what part of that caused a disturbance? That's what I'm trying to legally understand. I don't understand. Is that a body camera?
That's what it is.
Perfect, perfect. Tuckerton doesn't have them, you know that? Tuckerton's been on back order for months. Because I have a lawsuit against them, that's why. And I wish they'd have fucking body cams. I would love if they had body cams. And it takes out the bad cop. That's what it's for. It's not for the good cop. It's for the bad cop. Well, to protect the good cops as well.
It's for all of us.
To take out the bad cops.
It's for all of us.
Right.
It's for all of us. It's for everybody that's involved in the situation. Okay?
Appreciate it.
There you go. Okay. Now, listen, if you have any problems or anything, and you want to come down, you want to talk to somebody, our supervisors are always there as well. Okay?
Well, I'm going to
And
take
you
a
can do
lawsuit.
that.
So who would I press criminal charges against? For what?
You're gonna have to. You're gonna have to
police
call.
officers.
You're gonna have to call.
As
and figure that
quickly
out
as
what
they
it
were
was.
here, they're
I don't need to answer that.
gone.
I'm asking you, where would I go to press charges against a police officer?
You would have to come down and file a complaint with
It's
the courts.
at this police station?
You would have to file a complaint with the courts.
Got it.
Okay, and then you can go from there if you want to see if you can press charges and whatnot if you
Perfect.
violated your rights.
Appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, am I free to go?
Don't give us fingers.
Shut the fuck up.
Stay out of the roadway. Stop causing a public alarm.
Dude, shut the fuck up. Am I
Stop
free to go?
cursing.
Am I
You're free to go.
Stop cursing. You're
You're free to go.
Sheesh. Sheesh. Yeah, that was weird. He was pretty obnoxious, but they were not. They were being a little bit extra ACAB there. Yeah, he was a dickhead, but he was right. Hey guys, being annoying isn't illegal. Cops are the perfect person to be obnoxious to. I don't know. Yeah. Ugh. All right, gamers. I'm out of here because it's one in the morning. 1 in the morning. That was a fun stream. That was a fun little stream there, wasn't it? A good little time. Kid didn't use a slur, but okay. Brother. Come on, man. Come on, man. You know better than that. Yeah, thank you to everybody that sent videos. Thank you, Alex. Some good vids. Good stuff. Good stuff. And I will send you guys along somewhere. Is pig a slur? He dropped the R word. Are you ending stream? Yeah, I do that every once in a while. I am going to go, let's see, what is...
She's just a wonderful human. You're allergic to angels.
Is she raiding out? Oh, yeah, she is raiding. I was gonna raid Flaky, but she's raiding. Caroline's live still. What's she doing? Nope, she's not live. I lied. We'll go say hi to, we'll go say hi to... Julia's playing Blueprints, still looks like. We'll go say hi to Julia. She's playing Blueprints. Thank you guys for hanging out. I really appreciate your time. Thanks for coming and spending it with me. I will be live today, Sunday. There's some YouTube content. There's a new video on the Spam Witch channel and new podcast episode. If you're interested, I'll be live tomorrow, and then I will not be live on Monday because that's when I film podcasts, but then I will be live throughout the week, and we've got some very interesting things this week. I think this week will be very colorful. I'm getting a tattoo that I'm excited to show you guys. Very interesting stream on the 7th. I'm going to be streaming on the 7th at around 4 p.m. It's a little earlier. I would encourage you to come watch the stream on the 7th. I'm not going to tell you who's going to be on the stream, but I think you will get some good value out of it. And then,
see ya.
All good
Good
stuff.
afternoon, good evening, and good night.
Bye.
Keep doing awesome stuff. That goes for everybody in this audience.
Love you and love yourself. And the best thing in life, is yourself.
You all do such awesome shit. Keep doing it. Keep going for it. Some of you guys are pushing hard. Keep pushing. You guys are fucking unbelievable. Keep going.